Okay, I'm going to ask our members to take their seats. Is there anybody in the hall, anybody that we know? I think, and I know Representative Minor will not be here this morning or today. Representatives Bixby and Germana, and I believe Comtois are introducing bills in the Senate. So I think we're all here that we're going to be here for. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know about if
I
Lisa.
got a text saying that she was sick today.
She's still, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's. Hope she feels better. But okay, I would like Representative Howard to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture in the House. This morning we have three bills ahead of us, and we are going to kick things off with SB 475, including a determination of the best interest of the animal in the definition of foster home. And here with us today is the esteemed Senator Regina Bertzel to introduce her bill. And I'm going to open the hearing on SB 475. And take it away, Senator. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing the bill. I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 475, which includes a determination of the best interest of the animal in the definition of foster home. Last year, we had heard some talk that there was concern on the definition of the foster home, and specifically pertaining to pregnant pregnant dogs and their puppies and lactating dogs. So the determination was the reading of the RSA. Stated that pregnant dogs and lactating dogs were not to be sent to foster homes. I think that that's not appropriate because as someone who has fostered, I fostered 7 poodles. Not that poodles, in my household, it was a little rambunctious. I wouldn't bring them a pregnant dog into my household, but there are many foster homes which will allow or are in an appropriate place to have a dog who's pregnant, who is going to be delivering or is lactating. Many times it's in a very quiet arena, and I think we can judge. So I think allowing this bill basically allows those pregnant and lactating dogs to be in a foster home in an environment that is appropriate for them, rather than putting them, making them stay in a shelter where there's a lot of commotion and a lot of stress. So that's basically what this bill does, and I know it was amended by the Senate ED&A just to try and kind of clarify things. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here today. Can you give me some of the background to this? This is all new to me. I didn't even know that there was such a thing as foster homes for dogs. I thought there was adopted or in a shelter. So could you just give me a little bit of background about why this even came about? What's the reasoning behind this?
Well, as I said before, there have always been foster homes. For instance, at one point, I was a foster for New England Poodle Rescue, and I fostered. Basically, what we do is we intake the dog. We would intake the dogs, and then, as a foster home, I would bring the dogs in. I would get their medical situation stable. Once they got stable and were with us for a few months, we would reach out and have applications filled out and I would do the interview of the potential owners, and recommend to Poodle Rescue of New England whether or not the person that the family or the person I spoke to was an appropriate home. So we've had fosters for a long time. I've never had the opportunity. I would have loved to have had a pregnant poodle amongst my household, but so a lot of times what happens is if a rescue or a shelter is full, they do farm some of those dogs out to foster homes. And in this case, I don't know how initially it started, but the the Department of Agriculture decided, read a piece of the rules or the language and said that it had to be a medical necessity in order to go to, I believe, and I'm sure that the commissioner's here, he'll kind of clarify this. It had to be a medical necessity for them to be in a foster. Well, pregnancy is not typically a medical necessity. However, it's a much more calming, foster home in most cases is a much more calming environment for a pregnant dog or puppies.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you for
Morning.
being here. Reading the bill, it uses the term vendor. And for me, I mean, that always has a commercial, I guess, application where somebody might be doing this for profit. Are you saying that under the term vendor, animal shelters and rescue groups also would fall under this?
I believe so, but we've got the commissioners here. He can kind of clarify because they do use pet vendors as a term. I'm not sure it's always appropriate, but they do use pet vendors, and I think it's for all of them. And plus, you have a couple of people here that will testify as to the difference.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if you could illuminate the committee a little bit as to the amendment process for the bill that happened in the Senate. So I'm reading here from the report of the committee that Commissioner Jasper was saying that he would like the word rehabilitation to be put into the law so that it didn't otherwise it would force him to change department rules. And there were a few other points of confusion, I think, throughout the Senate that resulted in an amendment, if I'm not mistaken. So I was just wondering if you could.
Right. The chair, Senator Pearl, spoke with both the governor's office and the commissioner, and he put together something that he thought that both sides would agree to. And we did, and I know the commissioner's here. He does have some tweaks that he wants to make. I'm not sure that we agree with it, but we're on speaking terms.
Well, that's always a good thing.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's always a
Yep.
good thing. So I'm looking at the bill here, and it says foster home means a private residence in New Hampshire associated with yada, yada, yada. Is a foster home always in a private residence, or can they be in other facilities like shelters or any other place,
No, a
a
foster
business,
Well, typically a foster home is a single residence where you bring the dog. For instance, when I was fostering for Poodle Rescue, I wound up with 6, and we adopted our 7th, so I couldn't foster anymore. But I would bring the dogs into my home, and that's where all of Poodle Rescue fosters. Poodle Rescue had no kennels of such that we would be able to bring the poodles that were being surrendered. They were all sent out to foster homes. So my sense is all of the foster homes are single residence homes or people's homes.
But could there be like a municipal pound or something like that? That's a facility that would foster an animal.
My understanding of fostering, those are shelters, and that's a different entity as opposed to foster homes. Foster homes actually, they foster the animals. Many of these animals that are brought in have medical issues, have you know, socialization issues, and that's what the foster home does. It brings them into the home, gets their medical issues taken care of, and then they start socializing. Sometimes it takes a month, sometimes it takes 6 months. It just depends. But shelters don't typically do, and it's only one dog. It's one or two dogs at a time, typically. Some people can handle more. I only did one at a time, but it's usually only one or two dogs at a time, or two animals at a time. Shelters take in many more.
And do these foster homes ever have to be inspected by the state or have any other kind of oversight?
I believe they do, and I think that I know that in the original it said, I think, was it the vendors? The vendors that had to inspect, but I know as a foster home, I had actually, Poodle Rescue came in and inspected my home to make sure it had all the safety issues that we needed. We were not near a main road, so right now I can't be a foster anymore because I don't have a fenced-in yard. I live in a condo, which I think is not fair. But and I can't adopt a poodle now either. But they make sure that Poodle Rescue would come in and made sure that our homes were safe for the poodles. There was no major issues going on, clean. So they are inspected.
Okay. Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. Just a clarification question, because it doesn't say here, and I don't have the RSA in front of me. Could other animals be included in this?
I believe so. I mean, they do foster out cats as well. I'm not, but I'm more geared towards dogs. But they do. There are homes or maybe even farms that foster other animals.
So this could apply to cats or dogs, but not any other.
Well, this applies to pretty much animals that are have puppies or kittens and are pregnant or either lactating or.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Representative Sofakaitis, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would it be a thing that the puppies would be adopted out from foster care?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and so again, just like Representative King, I never even knew about, foster homes either. And so the purpose of a foster home is to take care of an animal outside of a shelter because that they need some sort of special care, or they just want them not to be in a shelter?
It could be a combination of things. Sometimes what happens is when the shelters start getting full, and you have the easier dogs to kind of adopt out, they'll send those out to the foster homes to do the socialization and get those dogs adopted out. So there's more room in the shelters for other dogs that are coming in.
Okay. So typically then that's really just an extension of the shelter system.
I'd say, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Howard.
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I don't have a question. I believe that they are also fostered out for socialization purposes if they need to be, become acquainted with the humans and homes with children and stuff like that too. So,
Right. And other animals. Yeah. Socialization issue is a lot of things that the foster homes deal with.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Sofakaitis.
Can I just make a comment?
You can, sure.
Okay, so about foster, I had one of the Newfoundland dogs that I had came from foster care. And a lot of the breeds, the purebred dogs, they're like the AKC. And then in the States, the clubs, like the Newfoundland clubs or the Great Dane clubs or whatever, they have foster and rescue. And so people will contact them. And actually, they have, if there was a dog, say, in Seattle, they have people who drive cars. So go from Seattle to Idaho to someone would in Idaho would drive it the next leg, and to get those dogs to a foster care where there's an opening. So I think that fosters and rescues are the best thing.
Thank you.
And to dovetail on that, one of the dogs I picked up in the Cape. We transported. I brought it from the Cape to New Hampshire, and then dropped it off in Maine, and they went up to their foster home in Maine. I picked up my 7th foster from the Cape, and I just kept them.
Okay, thank you. And I see that the commissioner is seeking an amendment to SB 475, which would require foster homes to be annually registered with the Department of Ag. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not a big fan, but we're still on talking terms.
Okay.
I think it's for me the poodle rescue doing the inspection should be enough, but he can give his thoughts on it.
Do you think that less people would offer to be foster homes if they had to register?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I know as a foster home, and this was years ago, I never registered with the state. So,
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator, so much for taking time out of your busy day to come and introduce this bill. We really appreciate your
my
time.
pleasure.
Thank you. I have only one last pink card, and that is from Commissioner Jasper from Department of Agriculture to weigh in on SB 475. Good morning, Commissioner. And Representative Germana, you may take your seat.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I am Commissioner Sean Jasper of the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. I recognize I have lost the war, and I'm here to try to negotiate an honorable surrender. No, I am in support of the bill. What we were doing was enforcing the rules that had been in place since 2015, 2016. Now, as some of you have been around for many years know, that when I first became commissioner, we didn't have the resources we needed. And one of the big ones was the animal database. I told the governor's office at the time, I told this committee, I didn't know how much more staffing we were going to need until we got the database in place. As a result of gathering some of the information, we were able to focus on enforcing the rules as they were. And as they are today, the rules say foster facilities shall be used solely for medical or behavioral rehabilitation. And so pregnancy, while some people were making the argument, was a medical rehabilitation. We don't view it that way. So, as unfortunately with many cases, bills come forward and nobody's spoken to the department about the reasons for things. But I've got, I don't have a problem with fostering pregnant lactating animals. No issue with that at all. However, part of the problem with not having conversations with people is they don't understand fully the needs of certain or the importance of certain words. So right now, we use the term foster facility. I had asked the Senate to change that to foster facility. They disagreed. I'm asking you to put facility in the definition, and here's the reason why. We can continue with using the rehabilitation, medical rehabilitation in our rules to cover this because this is not limited to. However, you limit it to a home. Think about an animal that has been injured very badly. It can't go to somebody's home. So fostering an animal can happen at a veterinary clinic, a training facility, or behavioral rehab center. If you take this out and limit it to homes, you are going to create an unintended consequence. And that is that now all of these animals that are being fostered because of their medical or behavioral reasons will not be eligible to go into foster. So we view that as a very big issue. The other part of the amendment, which, you know, I thought was clear, we're not asking the individual fosters to register with us. We're asking the pet vending facility to provide us with a list. Under the rules, which would continue anyhow, is that currently, and where are my rules? Licensees shall maintain a list of current foster facilities that shall be available to the department upon request. If that needs to be clarified in the law, but what we're finding, again, most pet vendors do a great job, and we license about 150 of them, but there's always those who don't do what they're supposed to. So often we go in and find out, even though they are supposed to keep this list, including the date of the last inspection, that is not always being done. And we don't have recourse in that area other than to issue a fine, but it doesn't solve the problem. So what we're asking here is, since they're already maintaining that list, they're already doing the inspections, all they're going to do is, when they get a foster home facility, they let us know so that we go into an inspection, records can match up. It's not onerous. The only time we are authorized by law to go into a foster facility is if there is a complaint. And in the 8 years that I have been commissioner, in my 9th, that has never happened. That is the last thing that we want to do, is go into somebody's private residence on this. We're counting on the pet vendor who is actually using the foster to be doing that, but we want to make sure the records are correct. And if we have a list in advance and we see that somebody has not done the inspection, we can say, hey, you know, Mary Jones hasn't had an inspection in the last year. Would you please go take care of that? This is not something where, you know, looking for big brother to step in and look at people's house. So, you know, if my language isn't correct, but you agree with the concept of us knowing those things, I would appreciate that. So other than that, you know, in support of the concept, I will tell you why we changed it to pet vendor. That was one of the things we have been working on over the years is to have one definition of these places, whether they are shelters or whatever, that we have one set of laws that apply to everybody doing the same thing. And I have to tell you, and this isn't in every case, but this is information that's publicly available. If you care to delve in to the 990s that are available on law, I can tell you that there is at least one pet vendor who would be considered a rescue or shelter that is annually making a profit of between $300,000 and $350,000 a year. So that's a business in my estimation. So it's not, you know, just that everybody's doing this on a shoestring budget. So that's a fact. Don't care to go into the who that particular pet vendor is, but it's there in the 990s. So let's see, what were some of the other questions that were asked? I guess I'll leave it to you to see if you have any further questions for me, because I've
I do have questions, and Representative Bixby, you may take your seat. My question is, you have current rules in the document that you emailed out
Yes.
to us. Current rules, AGR 1705.05. Where did those rules originate? Are there points in statute
So-
that say that that's what these things
So as
are?
with all rules, the original law, and it predates me, probably not as a legislator, but certainly as commissioner, that every law, we have to tie every section of our rule into an authorization within the statute. These, and I did my penance as a legislator. I did 2 terms on JELCAR, so I'm very familiar with how the process works, and now even more so on the other side. But these rules were approved by JELCAR over 10 years ago, and we are currently updating the laws. And so this bill is creating, some problems for us in how do we proceed, and because if this bill goes into effect, there are some of the things that we are going to have to change that we hadn't planned on changing. Not a big deal. We can do that, but we're in the middle of making sausage here.
So that these rules don't tie back to any specific
They
statute?
they tie back to the authorization within the law. So
What authorization? You mean that the commissioner can
the-
make rules? Is that
yes,
Yeah.
and-
Well,
but even beyond that, make rules, and the legislature gives us very broad statements of what we can do, and specifies certain things. And I don't have the law in front of me. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to get into this discussion. All I can tell you is that when the rules were adopted, and last time wasn't the first time, the members of JALCAR believed that the authorization was sufficient within the law to allow us to do what we did. And I can tell you that right now, very often we will get questions about the authorization, how it is. There's a table at the bottom of every set of rules that every section of rules specifically tells us and tells you and everybody what particular section of the law allowed us to do what we did. We can't just say because the commissioner is allowed to make rules. There has to be that specific authorization.
because I mean, your claim is that if this law gets passed, that it's going to be conflicting with current rules in some aspects.
Well, no, the rules would be conflicting with the law.
Well, yeah, no, I know, but I mean, the rules could be wrong, and is
Right,
what
and
I'm thinking.
they would be wrong if you pass this. Previous JALCARs have said the rules were right based on the existing language within the law. I'm saying that because of what we have right now in AGR 170505, it says foster facilities shall be used solely for medical or behavioral rehabilitation. That will need to be changed to say, language that will allow for lactating and pregnant animals. We would have our rules would be in conflict with the law if you adopt this. I'm not saying that's a problem, but we will immediately have to go in and make changes to the rules to conform with the law. That's all I'm
All
saying.
right, good enough. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My one question, which doesn't particularly seem relevant in my mind, but I still want to ask it.
You're always relevant.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's appreciated. You wanted to, if I'm not mistaken, strike the words private residence and replace them with the word facility, or was I mistaken in what you were saying? there?
Excuse me, and the chair does have a copy, and it emailed the ranking member and the chair, and they can certainly share the language. No, it would actually just be to add 2 words, facility or. So it would say foster home means a private facility or residence.
I can see that here in your
Yeah.
proposed amendment. Okay.
So-
If I had the proposed amendment in front of me, there
Yes,
would be no
I'm
question.
sorry, I should have made
apologize
more.
for wasting air.
More, no, I should have
and
made
you're,
more copies.
you're claiming private facility would equate to what other kinds of things? A veterinarian's
Veterinary
clinic?
Yeah, that was my follow-up too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Training facilities, behavioral rehabs facilities where those animals could be fostered. No, and I don't know the economic relationships between the facilities. There may be charges, there may not, but we don't want to limit it in a way that if there are people that are saying, hey, I want to help take this dog that's been rescued and I don't want to charge you a ton of money to do it, we'll take it in and we'll do the rehabilitation. We don't want to prevent that from happening. And I don't think there is any harm anyway. And I just think it was one of those things that we should have been clearer when we went to the Senate hearing on that. But we weren't.
And not including that, would that
It means
not allow them to do
it would
this?
not allow them to foster them. It would allow them to contract. And again, I don't know the economic arrangements, but it would clearly not allow somebody to take an animal in for rehabilitation at no charge.
Okay. Representative Scully? Oh, I'm sorry, Howard? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. So is fostering limited only to medical and to rehabilitation, or is it also provided for animals who are sort of extra and need and waiting for a home?
So no, and that's not the intent. It isn't intended to be an expansion of space, although most facilities do not have limits, so it really doesn't apply. But an animal needs to come back to the facility to actually be adopted out. It cannot be adopted from a foster facility. You can't go to a foster home, to somebody's private residence, and adopt the animal there. It needs to come back even if it's on the same day. Oh, there was one important thing that I wanted to say, which is a problem that we've had, and this is some of what hopefully, if you allow us to have the list, will help in some way. You heard testimony from the senator about going down to Massachusetts and bringing a foster animal home. That's a big problem. Every animal that comes into the state of New Hampshire, cats and dogs, they have to have a certificate of veterinary inspection from the state that they're coming from, and they need to be quarantined for 48 hours in the pet vending facility to make sure that it is absolutely free from disease. Now, is 48 hours a magical number? Probably not, because diseases can manifest at different times, but that is the state law. That's not our rules. And so when somebody goes someplace out of state and gets an animal and brings it directly home, that's a violation of the state law. I have no doubt that none of the people who have ever done that have any idea that is, but the pet vendor knows that. And there's the problem. The pet vendor knows that cannot legally take place.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Sofakaitis?
I just have a question. When you go to inspect a home, is there a fee for that?
No, and we don't inspect homes.
Okay.
And unless there was a complaint about a home, we wouldn't, but even if we did, there wouldn't be. So pet vendors are licensed, and I think the fee is $150 a year, or is it $200 for a pet vending license? $200 a year is pet vending, and as many times as we do in inspections, there are no additional charges. They pay us $200 for their license annually.
All right. Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe you've answered my question, but I just want to make sure. So the law right now says no pet vendor shall transfer animals without a license. So if they give the animal, a pregnant animal, to a foster home, none of the pups of that animal could be transferred from the foster home. They need to come back to the vendor because of the current
Laws,
Laws.
yes. And, pet vendor is somebody who is transferring more than 29 dogs, 29 cats, 200 fish, you know, ferrets are in there, and you know, so there are a number of things. People have rabbits and those things. So there is a lot of criteria, but the bottom line, if you are a licensed pet vendor transferring more than 29, then yeah, these are the rules that apply.
Right, quick follow-up.
Follow-up, yeah.
Is that one of the reasons why you're asking for that list of the foster homes for the pet vendors?
No, no, it's not to know how many animals, because even if pet vendors were, hopefully, even if they were transferring them from the residents, then the veterinarian would have to go to that private home and do the inspection to issue the certificate for transfer, which is what triggers the number. So every animal that is transferred from a pet vendor has a certificate for transfer, except if the animal was born in New Hampshire, then they don't need that, but they should still be inspected. You know, that's my recommendation, but not the law. The primary reason is that, number one, we expect that those animals will have an inspection at the facility. I know of some that, you know, there are certain days that the vet comes in and does all the inspections. But yeah, it just, the law existed way before me, so I can never pretend to get into the minds of legislators who do
All right.
certain things.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If somebody has puppies in Massachusetts, or maybe just a dog that they're selling or giving away, they have nothing to do with the whole shelter system or foster care system, do they still have to be quarantined for 48 hours and go through all that?
If it's a private sale between two individuals, then we don't have anything to do with those private transactions. Looking to this assistant state vet, because he's more familiar with those things. But private, even in private cases, no. If I go to your house and pick up a dog to bring to my house, just you. Yeah. Yes, only in the cases where there is intended to be a transfer from, you know, if I went to your home in Massachusetts and bought a dog from you and brought it to my home to keep, no, there's not. If I went to your home in Massachusetts and brought an animal back and intended to transfer it to somebody else, yes, it would need to be quarantined.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Thank you for that answer. Can you just explain to me why that is? Because diseases and things, they don't stop just because of weird technicalities. You know, maybe it sounds like we need to get rid of the laws that require quarantine, or maybe we need to add more laws to get quarantine for everything. I don't know. The inconsistency just seems weird to me.
Yeah, that's kind of off the topic
Is
of this
it?
bill.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
but it's a legitimate question.
Well, I mean, okay.
You know, if I could just touch on that. I don't know if any of you are familiar with New World screwworm, which has reared its ugly head in cattle primarily, but it is something that can be transferred to humans and to other animals. It's in Mexico. That's why there's no beef being allowed to be brought into Mexico. We expect that sometime in April that may get into Texas. USDA is doing everything they can. They're building a sterile fly facility because that's how it's transmitted, and they're hoping that this will end it. But if that gets into Texas, we will be stopping any animal from Texas coming into New Hampshire until that is taken care of. And every other state will probably do the same thing, because, you know, those are the things that we have to protect the public from. And, you know, it's one thing if, you know, it's you to me. It's another thing if now it's going out potentially to the whole state by having litters of puppies, and it's very complicated. I didn't write the laws, never had anything to do with writing those laws. All I can do is tell you what we are enforcing today.
Okay, Representative Scully?
One other quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're licensing pet vendors, do you feel that they're adequately qualified to do an inspection for the facility that they want to use as a foster facility?
They know what we are requiring of them. And so I do believe that for doing a home inspection for, generally you're talking one pregnant animal or one animal being rehabilitated in a litter of puppies. I think they have the expertise to understand what they should be looking for, because they're different standards than we apply to a pet vending facility that has potentially, dozens of animals. So I don't think that has become an issue. We just want to make sure that they have at least put eyes on things, because there are cases where we've heard people, oh yeah, they haven't been here for years. So somebody could simply come, pick up a pregnant animal, bring it home, have it for, 8-10 weeks, time and time again. And that pet vendor may have absolutely no idea what type of facility those animals are going, or home they're going into. And let's face it, we see some horror stories out there. And we see, not only people who are hoarding animals, we see people that just don't understand the difference between clean and dirty. I mean, that's just the reality. So we want to at least make sure that that person has eyes on the place once a year.
Any other questions for the commissioner? Seeing none, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time. And my apologies for folks who are waiting for the next bill, but we do have one more pink card for SB 475 for Patricia Morris, Governor's Commission. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Patricia Morris. I'm here in two capacities today. The first is I'm here representing the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals. And as you may be aware, that it's about 25 people that have been appointed by the governor, from representatives and senators to police chiefs, sheriffs, the vets, the state veterinarian's office, general public. And the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals unanimously supports this bill as written. That's the second time we've done that, and this is written and amended by the Senate. I'm also authorized, because the Governor's Commission opinion is that only of itself, I am also authorized to say that the Governor's office, as amended by the Senate, fully supports as written before you all. So that was that part. Personally, representing myself, I've been here before. Many of you may have seen me. I am from Center Barnstead. I have a working horse farm, and I work cattle, and I have dogs, and I've been a foster home. I practiced animal law in New Hampshire for the past 20 years. I teach at the UNH School of Law for the past 15. And I have a lot of background in this type of foster home. I was involved in the initial jail car hearings. I have been there when we were just recently testified on the proposed changes to 1700 that are going forward. So I'm happy to answer as many questions as possible. But the two concerns I have with this amendment, which I saw this weekend, actually, and I'm going to follow up with what Commissioner Jasper said, is the importance of words here. And the words that really concern me is the word facility. And the facilities, and I wondered, what other, besides a foster home, which this is about foster homes. This is not about commercial facilities, veterinarian clinics taking something in. A facility is, as just described, a commercial entity. We're looking at private residential homes, my home. Then in no circumstances do I want to be registered with the state because I'm housing one dog and be, right now, able to be inspected unannounced. So right now, the term facility is defined in Agricultural 170505, and it allows for the state vet to go in to do unannounced inspections of foster facilities. That's already defined in there. There's no need for that to come into this law. This law is about foster homes, about private residences, which is why we don't want them to be registered. And the new amendment in front of you does state that the foster home must be annually registered with the state on a form that they determine as the rules may prescribe. I completely agree, and I'm glad we can agree that it is the pet vendor's responsibility to inspect and to maintain those lists. And upon any time when the Department of Agriculture walks in and asks for a copy of that list and inspection reports, they better be accurate and they better be available. But in no way should a foster home, a private residence, because of fostering a dog, have to register with the state in any way. let me see what other questions.
So let me ask you, if I may, stop you there
Absolutely.
and ask you a question. If we were to keep the language the way it is and perhaps add a line that says, if an animal is fostered at a veterinarian clinic or a municipal facility or I don't know, one of the other places that the commissioner mentioned, that facility may be inspected annually or should be registered with the state.
I think that that's just, again, looking what we're trying to do here is work on a private residence foster home, and I think that's where the
Correct.
governor's office is as well. And if it goes to a veterinary hospital, they're licensed already by another area. They're also a commercial entity. We're talking about, these aren't commercial, these are private residences, and that's all this bill is supposed to be doing. Specifically. If we want to go in and define a foster facility, I think that's completely different because yes, it's going to be subject to different regulations. And I'd like to see that split out then if we're going to look at commercial facilities that can foster. And if we even call it fostering, because it doesn't make sense in using the word foster to say a veterinarian's fostering this animal for so-and-so. It would be in treatment and it would be prone to the veterinary practice rules. So it's very different than a foster home. So I really don't think that's apples to apples in here. But I do think it's a good point that if they want to specifically address those, that we do something in addition to that.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still not fully understanding. I mean, I get the reason why you want to have the foster homes defined in statute. I get that. But before this bill gets, let's just say, codified into law, what current problems are foster homes experiencing that this will help, that this bill will help?
Well, I think that there has been a lot of confusion among the rules for foster homes because there isn't anything in the statute. Representative Iran mentioned that. What statute is this coming back to? It's 437, but there's not a specific chapter. And they don't know what is being inspected, what's being expected. So we had no idea that foster homes were going to be inspected by the state. The foster homes weren't sure if they had to adhere, which in the proposed rules that we just had a hearing on, they were going to have to adhere to 1704, which is ridiculous as far as the facilities have to be cleaned and prepped and those types of things. So what this is trying to do is clarify, to codify it as a statute and say, this is the definition of a foster home. Then that will give the department the ability to go ahead and make rules that affect that. Another comment, and I believe Representative Wheeler mentioned this, is the definition of rehabilitation. Again, Commissioner Jasper saying the word words. In 1700, facility uses the word rehabilitation. There's a proposed amendment to make rehabilitation for the behavioral and medical treatment excluding pregnant animals and lactating animals. So we're bringing in another word that's not even defined in the statute that's attached to facility that's down in the agricultural rules. So I'm very concerned as far as this top language needs to be defined. It needs to be pure. It needs to be instructive enough so when we do implement rules, the foster families, the pet licensees, and the Department of Agriculture all understand the expectations set forth to them.
Thank you.
Yeah, because in definitions for 437.1, we only define animal shelter facility, pet vendor, transfer, and commissioner, whatever. But there's no definition of foster care.
Correct.
But there is definition, well, they do talk about foster facilities and rules. So, and that's why I'm saying, I don't know where that ties in, but any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much
you
for
very
your testimony this morning. Next is Kurt Ehrenberg from Humane World. Good morning, Mr. Ehrenberg. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture again.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I will be brief. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the State Director for Humane World for Animals. We support this bill as amended, and I just wanted to thank Senator Birdsall, Commissioner Jasper, and a lot of people who put a lot of work into this bill to get it to this point. So I would urge you to pass the amended bill.
Okay, any questions? Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you mean amended bill, you mean the bill we got from the Senate, not the commissioner's proposed amendments. Is that correct?
Bill you got from the Senate.
Okay, no need for the commissioner's amendments. That's what you're saying?
My position right now, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bixby, you had a question? Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Ehrenberg? Thank you for your testimony this morning. Anybody else wish to speak on SB 475? Representative Jasper, you may come up and I'm sorry, Commissioner Jasper.
Pick your title.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify a couple things. You know, foster homes under the rules are part of the pet vending. So while there's nothing in the current statute, the rules have said the pet vendor can use this facility. So it is part of pet vending. But also, there is nothing in our intention, and the rules are clear. We would never do the inspection, as I said, unless there is a complaint. But, so those are the things I want to clarify. I don't want to argue, but in fact, you tie it back to the fact that you have pet vendors who are licensed, and that's part of their ability within a license. I don't think anybody would be happy if we had said nobody could foster any animals for anything. And in fact, we do not want to go into anybody's home. The only time, and I said this before, only when there is a complaint are we allowed to do that, and that has not happened during my tenure.
Okay, and I just want to clarify again, the types of facilities that you're looking to encompass into this foster situation would be a veterinarian's office, say, for instance, and what were the other examples
The
you gave?
other were training facility, I thought at the bottom. Gotta find Dr. Harvey's notes for me, but
You said vet's office, a training facility.
and he wrote it down on the notes, and now
I'm just
I
trying to
do
get,
think I do think that's very important, and I apologize, I can't find it off the top of my head here. I messed up my notes. Hopefully it's in the record. I don't care where you put that, but I think it is very important to allow that to happen and not force it to be a financial transaction. And I think there were like 3 or 4 potentially, but I don't see why anybody would be opposed to that. It still ties back to the pet vendor. It would only be the pet vendor that would be allowed to use that. I'm beside myself as to why there is opposition to allowing that which is going on now to continue to go on in that area.
oh, we see that kind of stuff all the time. Thank you, Commissioner. I
All right.
appreciate it. Any other comments regarding SB 475? And seeing none, I'm going to close out the hearing for SB 475. And thank you all who came out today to share your views on this. All right, moving along, and I apologize that we are running a little late for these. Next is SB 418, prohibiting municipalities from requiring licenses for the production and sale of homestead food products. And with us today is the esteemed Senator Victoria Sullivan to introduce this bill. And I believe she has someone with her who
This is the pickle guy,
also
but
the-
we'll get to that in a
All
minute.
right.
Good morning. My name is Senator Victoria Sullivan. I represent Senate District 18, which is the south end of Manchester and the beautiful town of Litchfield. I'm here to introduce SB 418 on behalf of my constituent in Manchester Ward 6. I'm coming before you today regarding an issue that unfortunately gained national attention. You may have heard it referred to as Picklegate. The rules adopted by the city of Manchester in regard to pickling made national headlines and shed light on the city's overreach into people's kitchens. One of my constituents, Mr. Mowry, was making pickles in his kitchen and posted some pictures on Facebook. It sparked the interest of friends and neighbors, and one of them offered him money for the pickles, to which Mr. Mowry replied in jest, "Yahoo, a cash customer." About a week later, he received a cease and desist letter from the city health department. No one from the department ever made a phone call to him to inquire about what happened. They just went right for the cease and desist. For the record, he never sold a jar of pickles. He simply was giving them out to friends, neighbors, and family. But the incident raised a lot of concerns about government overreach into things that have always been a part of the American way of life, like pickling. The national outcry on behalf of the injustice done to Mr. Maury was enormous. There were memes of Mr. Maury in a Superman cape holding a pickle. There were many memes calling for Manchester to free the pickle. People showed up at City Hall in support of Mr. Maury and called for the end of Picklegate. Besides the ban on pickling, the city held bans on baked goods, including those for school fundraisers, which resulted in many schools ending these fundraisers or requiring store-bought, individually wrapped items that, as we know, are filled with chemicals, additives, and preservatives. They were not a healthier alternative to what moms and dads were bringing in for school bake sales. Also included with the bans were dry rubs, spices, and repackaging of pasta. To the city's own admission, they did not apply the rules equally and looked the other way on some of these items. Many asked why then were they discriminating against the pickle and the pickle man. Although after enormous pressure from the public and several aldermen, the city recently lifted bans on some of the above items, pickles remain outlawed. The state of New Hampshire has recognized and honored the importance of the continuation of the tradition of homesteading. The regulations set forth are reasonable and should be honored throughout the state. Opponents of this bill will make an argument about food safety. Nationally, fresh fruits and vegetables cause more illness than homemade pickles. When the Manchester Health Department was asked by Alderman Cantor, who is also here to testify today, if there had been any cases of botulism, he cited that the recent instance of contaminated baby formula. But that formula was produced in a highly regulated environment, not by a homesteader. The food industry is one of the most highly regulated, and yet we see national outbreaks of listeria, E. coli, and other foodborne illnesses. There is no regulation that will 100% provide protection all the time. And although the health department is well-meaning, they are in fact overstepping. Mr. Maury could go to a farmer's market in Hooksett and sell his wares. He's only an outlaw within the city limits of Manchester. I thank the committee for your time, and on behalf of my constituent, I ask that you give SB 418 an ought to pass out of committee and Picklegate once and for all. Free the pickle. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. And Mr. Maury is here as well to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony and for taking my question. So, I mean, and I mean this as a sincere question. I mean, when you talk about government overreach, I mean, we can all define government overreach in different ways, right? Because now we're talking about Concord doing something to overrule the decision-making at the local level, right? And that could also be defined as a form of government overreach, couldn't it?
Thank you for the question. We have homesteading laws on the state level. The state handles licensing and regulations all the time. There was a special carve-out for a couple of towns and cities. Manchester was one of them. They used that to actually just do government overreach literally into people's kitchens to tell them what they could prepare for food.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I've gotten a lot of emails about this bill, and the opposition to it, I think, is under the assumption that it allows for the crafting, the making, the cooking of all these different products to be sold widely on a almost commercial level statewide. But in reality, what this bill is someone like you, regular homestead farmer who wants to make pickles in his kitchen and might want to sell those at a local farmer's market or the other, where the RSA, as referenced in the bill and as said in statute, very clearly states that you would have to label that as exempt from these rules. It must be clearly marked as a product made not with a commercial kitchen, et cetera, et cetera. And so I guess my question is, am I wrong? I mean, are we looking at a situation here where we are massively expanding the homestead laws, or are we in fact just codifying the existing homestead laws to make sure that they are applicable to every citizen in the state?
Want to take it? Exactly. Thank you for the question, Representative Wheeler. We are just codifying state law and making it equal across the board. Mr. Maury is not interested, and he can speak for himself. I don't think he has the time or the energy to become a commercial pickler. This is just something that he does for a hobby, and he likes to share it with his friends and family.
So I was raised in the Amish country on the western part of Pennsylvania. I've been canning since I was 15 with my grandmother. I probably canned hundreds of thousands of sauces, jams, jellies, and pickles, and never have once have I ever had an outbreak of anything. But if you go to a local supermarket and you buy something that was in a commercial kitchen, there's outbreaks all the time. So the thing is, canning, you have to know what you're doing. And I was trained by the best, my grandmother. So, and my great grandmother. So, and if you watch this segment on WMUR, you can see my kitchen. You know, my kitchen is spotless. I know how to do it. I teach CPR, first aid, health, and so I know about universal precaution and all that stuff. So, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. Unfortunately, I don't have a list under RSA 143 of what are these products that are exempt. And I do know, just as a side note, that canning could be done well and not so well. I've done it myself. But could you tell me what items are on the exempt list, at least the category, so we know it? Because obviously some items are quite dangerous and some are, really low.
Thank you for the question. I don't actually have the RSA in front of me, but I can tell you that that's the state level homestead law that applies across the board. All we're doing here today is to seek that be withheld, like held up across the state, and that there aren't carve outs for certain towns or cities to overstep. That's it. We want to honor the state homestead laws because I think that they're done right. They're right with the right balance of caution and freedom. And New Hampshire being, like Mr. Maury said, this is a family tradition that he's carried on, and this is how we learn things. Is from one family member to another, and the homesteading law actually protects that, and we're just asking that be universal across the state.
Just a quick follow-up. I feel unprepared to kind of make a strong decision without actually looking at the list because things change over time. So it'd be very helpful if somehow we get that list.
Thank you very much. And again, this doesn't change that list at all. It doesn't change what the state allows to be as homesteading products and doesn't. All it says is that the state law is universal.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, you can go to RSA 143A12 and look at the list, but what it essentially that list includes jams, jellies, high acid items, and with pickles it allows acidified items, which is something that is not universal in all. It's a somewhat more questionable category according to the FDA, but the decision was made by this committee and confirmed by the rest of the legislature and the governor that we would allow pickles as well as innately high acid products.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to introduce this bill. Is it your understanding that the types of food we're dealing with are basically non-hazardous and that the existing laws and regulations we have in state at the state level are adequate to maintain safety?
I do, and thank you for the question. And I think, the things that I explained that Manchester went into to ban, bake sales. Bake sales are like the heart of the school community. It doesn't just, not that it raises money, but it raises community. Parents come in, kids help bake. There's a lot of science and math that goes into those lessons. And instead we had little Debbie's in packages that were being sold instead of that whole community feel. And I think that goes to the farmers markets. That's also another community event. And that's what the homesteading really does protect. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you again, Senator. And so perhaps you can help me understand, because I'm probably misunderstanding the bill as I'm reading it. would seem to be specific to licenses, right? So, I mean, Keene, where I'm from, for example, we have our own health inspection in Keene, and requiring someone to have a license does not seem to me to be the same as necessarily as regulating what they can and cannot sell, right? Because a municipality, Manchester or Keene, could require a license so that they know who is selling, and if there is a problem, it's easier to trace. So am I misunderstanding that? From what I read from this bill, it would seem specific to licenses. I don't see anything that would actually restrict the homestead laws that we currently have on the books.
No, it just says that we have universal state homestead laws, and we would honor those.
May I follow up? But those laws, and I apologize because I'm probably misunderstanding, but those laws are themselves not in any way affected by the need to have a license, right? The law is specific to the items and specific to the ways in which those items can be processed, right?
Yes.
But the requirement of a license, as I understand it, would not impede the ability to do the things that state law already makes permissible.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm understanding your question exactly. So are you stating that there would be a license for, say, pickling that would be above and beyond what the homesteading law has? Because you still have to register as a homesteader, right? When you're doing these things, you have like cottage licenses that some states have. So are you saying like, so in order to homestead and have pickles as one of the things that you're using, the town could also give you a license for that?
I'm just saying I don't understand how the requirement of having a license impedes one's ability to do any of those things that state law already protects.
Okay, thank you. Because the requirements would be different, right? So this town could come in and say, well, and they did actually say, in order for you to have pickles, which I know this sounds really silly, but it really is important. I'm just talking about pickles. Right now, the homesteading law says that citizens can make pickles in their kitchen, right? There are some criteria around there. It has to be a tried and true recipe, that kind of thing. The carve-outs allowed certain towns and municipalities to come in and say, okay, well, now you can do it, but you have to have a commercial kitchen. You have to have this criteria. You have to have that criteria. And now it was no longer homesteading. And now it's a licensed business. Did I answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm looking at this is that what you're seeking is not to allow the municipalities or health officers of any town or city to make any more stringent law than is already required by the state.
Correct.
Okay.
When it comes to homesteading.
Okay. Yes.
Correct.
Yep. Representative Bixby and then Sofakaitis.
Yeah, I think that we do have staff from the department here who actually know a lot about the ins and outs of the of how the self-inspecting communities work in relation to how that meshes with state law. So I think maybe when they come up, we can get a clearer explanation of that.
Okay. I don't have a pink card for them, but okay.
Perhaps they could submit a pink card and help us out with it.
Representative Sofakaitis and then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you for coming. I just have a comment to say that I think that the state should do everything in their power to stand with people who want to have this kind of food available to the public. It's people are going hungry. People are there's going to be more supply issues, and I think that we need to do everything as a community and a state to encourage farm-to-table food.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wheeler and then Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for the department, but now I know that they're not going to be testifying, so I'm going to ask.
They probably will at some point.
Oh, I thought you had shaken your head no. So,
No.
oh, I was looking past you toward the.
Yeah, they'll come up and speak, and you can ask a question.
Thank you very
then.
much. Thank you very
All
much.
right. Representative Potenza.
First, I had a question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for you and the committee. When we passed, was it last session when we passed the expanded homestead. So that would have been in 20, it was 25 or was it 24?
25.
Okay, you were on the committee. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. And thank you so much for testifying. It's sad that we're at this place that we need this bill. Our committee has talked a lot about having accessible food for all, especially with what happened during COVID. I want to understand if you can explain in a soundbite, and I know I'm late, I was over on your body testifying.
Logistics are very tricky. Right
Yes,
now
they
for all
are
of us,
right
yeah.
now. To understand how any municipality or town thinks that they can override state law.
Thank you for the question, because as written, there is a carve out and they are given some leeway to be able to do that. Now, it was intended, of course, for an emergency situation, not to actually step into someone's kitchen and say you can't make bread. It wasn't intended to shut down bake sales. And as I stated, even though the city of Manchester has put in these bans basically on food, they stated in front of the aldermanic board that they looked the other way for some of it. And yet they sent a cease and desist letter to this gentleman for making pickles in his kitchen. I mean, that's a pretty dramatic step. They didn't make a phone call to say, did you actually sell pickles or, anything. A cease and desist letter to not pickle.
So kind of like picking winners and losers.
100%.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Sullivan? Seeing none. Up.
Thank you.
What?
I believe you have an additional comment. Would you like to make
Yeah,
that?
do you have, if
Yes,
you
I
have
do.
anything else you'd like to say?
And when the city when they sent me the cease and desist order, okay, yeah, I was outraged and things like that. But if they would have done the proper investigation like they're supposed to, they would have asked me certain questions. What is your pH level in your pickles? The Department of Health or the CDC pH level is supposed to be below 4.6. Every batch of my pickles are usually between 3 and 4. So my pH level is always low, so you will never get botulism. Okay. And every batch is labeled with a batch number, the date, expiration date, all the ingredients, and my email address and all that. So, and these are the things I agree that it needs to be done, but the city of Manchester just picking whoever they want to do their stuff.
Okay.
Did I miss the free pickles pass out? Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
Representative Howard?
I thought, but I get in enough trouble as it is.
Representative Howard?
Do you think it might be because you were having too much fun?
Right now, it's funny because every week I'm in the union leader and I get more publicity than most politicians. So, but I am tired of it. Yes, I'm still making my pickles and I don't care, and I have a whole batch I just did. So, and my marinara sauce. So, but I want to thank you all for your time. And I have to leave because I'm supposed to be in Manchester for the Chrism Mass at 11.
All right, there you
So
go.
have a blessed Holy Week.
Thank you too as
I'll
well.
wait for Chrissy.
All right. Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I will call next Colleen Smith from DHHS.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. We weren't planning on providing any formal testimony, but we are happy to answer any questions. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Public Health Protection, and I'm joined by Erica Davis. She's the Administrator of the Food Protection Section. So I can just provide a little bit opening statements about the clarity of the authorities of cities and towns. So in New Hampshire, other than the state has jurisdiction for food safety over most cities and towns except for 15, and they are the cities have the power from RSA 47 to make their own food regulations. The towns that have MOUs with us, they're required to follow the same rules and regulations that the state does. So there are I believe six towns: Bedford, Derry, Plastow, Merrimack, and one more missing. Salem has a different rule. They are also a town, but they have a statute that was passed that doesn't require them to have an MOU. So the reasons that cities or towns choose to regulate their own establishments, they're able to collect the licensing revenue from those facilities. They also can have different inspection frequencies than the state does, so that in some respects they can inspect more frequently, and that's a choice that city or town has made.
Okay. Representative Bixby, then Wheeler, and then Potenza.
So what is the capacity of towns or cities to exceed the state requirements?
So with towns that have that MOU with us, they're supposed to match what the state does for regulation. The cities they're autonomous, they can have their own. Most of them are in line with the state's regulations, but some have more stricter instances. They might choose to license temporary events, which the state does not do. They may choose not to allow homesteads. Some of that is because they are making that choice for food safety related reasons. It could have to do with zoning. There could be many reasons why they choose to have different regulations.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard the statute citation. Is it 47 or 147?
So 47 gives the cities the authority. 147 gives the towns authority with an MOU with the state.
Okay. So, so it looks like the bill as it stands actually doesn't do it quite correctly because it just cites 147, which is towns, but the issue here is a city. Am I getting that right?
I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell. I understand the intent of it, so I don't know if inserting it into 147 if that does what is intended to happen.
It's if 47 is what governs cities, then then we'd have to make an amendment to that in order to have the effect we're trying for here, I think.
And I think one question that was brought up with regard to licensing is that was also a question that we had, is because currently many of these cities do not allow it at all. It's not, the license would be required for them to move out of a homestead into a commercial kitchen setting. So it's no longer a homestead. That's the license requirement. But right now, many just are not requiring necessarily a license in a home. They just don't allow home food businesses at all.
Okay. That's useful information.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. One of them came up when Representative Bixby was asking you a question. So if you don't have an answer for it, no worries. You can just wave it off. But that question is around the Dillon's rule. So we are, a state that allows towns to push forward on ordinances and otherwise we don't. And so I was curious in hearing your testimony about the authority of towns and cities. And I'm wondering if we've enabled them to move forward with more restrictive policies around, I actually was sort of interested to hear, it sort of allows them to inspect more. I think there are some instances where that's absolutely warranted, but I'm wondering when it comes to more restrictive policies put in place at a municipal level regarding creation of homestead food. I can't come up with that word exactly, I suppose, but the creation of homestead food, having stricter restrictions at a municipal level, is that enabled by state law, or is this something that they're doing on their own?
So this is something that they have done. I can't comment on whether or not there's a legal reason that they can or cannot, but it has something that they have done historically.
I knew it was a shot in the dark asking an agency had a legal question, so no worries on that. May I get a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure may.
Thank you. So this is my actual question. My actual question was around, and let me just preface this by saying I don't want this to seem accusatory, because I know you guys have a lot to do, and this might seem accusatory if I didn't preface it. But I was reading the Senate committee hearing notes last night, and I didn't see any opposition testimony, including from citizens or anyone, but also notably from DHHS, not even information testimony. And so I was sort of wondering, from your perspective, what the department is looking at in terms of this bill and how you've been following it through the process. I mean, I know you guys are willing to give information when it comes to you seeing a particular piece of legislation causing more harm for the community than not. And so I'm wondering, is that where you're at with this bill, or do you think this is a worthwhile regulation to ensure that the state rules are the same across the board?
So I think that we have been monitoring this bill because we work very closely with the municipalities. The cities and towns, obviously, we have MOUs with the towns, but we work very closely with the cities as well. So answering questions, we have meetings quarterly with them, but they do have their own autonomy. So while we work next to them, we don't regulate them. So for this, if this bill were to pass the way that it's intended, really they would be following the homestead laws that we have worked hard with this committee and in process to make work for all of the cities and towns, or excuse me, the towns that are under our jurisdiction. So it would just be an extension of what we're already regulating in state law.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify, so RSA 47 is specifically for the municipalities, correct?
47 is for the for cities.
For cities, yes. Yeah, RSA 147 is for the towns, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, and in the RSA 47, this is just based upon your testimony. You had said that this is where the MOUs are, and you said should match the state regulations, but it's not like you're policing that, correct?
So RSA 147 allows us to have MOUs for the towns to have their own regulation, and per that they sign an agreement that they are adopting our rules and regulations by through that MOU.
Okay. So what's the point of having a separate RSA for RSA 47? Can't we just repeal that and then have that be the same for underneath RSA 147?
So the RSA 47 encompasses more than food safety. So
Oh, okay.
it gives the whole entirety of powers of cities. So I think it's not just the food safety component to it.
Could you cut out the food safety component out of RSA 47?
I think that's beyond my scope, and you could, but you could.
You know how,
like,
you know how some laws are like all intertwined. That's my question. Is it separate components where you could cut out that piece?
I would have to look at the totality of 47 to see how that would work.
And we could do it in an amendment.
Is it 47 or is there a section of 47?
There's a section of 47 that gives cities the power to regulate food entities within their respective cities.
Okay, because I'm looking at it now.
I have one last.
I see,
follow-up, too.
we can regulate, towns can regulate wood stoves, building codes. Okay, well, we'll have to figure it out.
I think another aspect of it is that cities rely on revenue from licensing and inspecting and have a whole staff so it's a lot more than just taking that authority away has a lot of ripple effects.
But I have one last follow-up real quick.
One last follow-up
Sorry.
and then Representative Comtois.
So you just said it here again. So in your testimony too, or answering the question, I think you said kind of like where it hit the nail on the head in regards with the cities, that this is all really, it all comes down to licensing, but it's still licensing revenue. So, but they're deciding whether who's going to have a license or not, because they're not following state law. So they're, again, picking the winners and the losers. So the losers would be the ones that, oh, you got to go get a license. And the winners are the ones that we're going to look the other way. So it's not consistent. So they have they're not following state law, and they have the authority right now to be able to do that.
So, and again, they have the ability to, they have the ability to do with what's in their jurisdiction to protect their constituents as they deem and have resources to do so. Whether it's, as I mentioned before, they can inspect, they have the ability to inspect at a higher frequency than the state does. They make that choice as they allocate resources for that purpose.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming up and taking my question. I do understand the importance of having self-inspecting cities and towns, especially with restaurants and kitchens and those things are concerned. However, with the homestead food license, I think that one of the simplest things that we could do, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just say that all cities and towns in the state of New Hampshire shall follow the Homestead Food Act, RSA, blah, 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 with no exceptions. Done. That way, they still retain some of the stuff where they can do their own inspections, except when it comes to homestead food licenses, they cannot usurp state law. What are your thoughts?
So again, I think that it's important to hear some input from the cities, because I can't, they can speak to the reasons why they choose not to allow homesteads. As I mentioned, there are some things that might conflict with their city regulations. It might have zoning laws. There might be concern about traffic if someone has a home business. Like those are things that are I think could be spoken to by cities better than we can.
Okay. You have a follow-up?
I do, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. I understand about, with regards to traffic and everything, but I'm talking specifically about the making and producing of the product, that the homestead food license laws should be allowed throughout the state, because it's like with other laws that we have within the state, it gets confusing if one municipality allows this and one municipality allows that. People go to those state website, they think this is what they have to follow, then they have to go to a town or they have to go to a city, and it gets really muddy. So I think with regards to specifically producing the product, there should be one rule for homestead food. That's it. I think that's the simplest way to put it. I mean, I'm not going to tell them they can't regulate foot traffic or, things like that. But when it comes to knowing what you can do as a New Hampshire citizen in this state, having to go to multiple sites and not one place, is a problem. We have found that this was an issue with what the law said and what a website said, that there was conflicting information, and so people thought they couldn't do something when they could. So I think it's extremely important that the citizens understand one rule.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I just want to get a little bit more clarity on the role of self-inspecting towns and cities, and one aspect of that is in terms of the, who's doing the inspection. And so if we didn't have if we didn't have towns and cities able to self-inspect, how many more inspectors would the state need to cover that? Roughly.
So, I guess it would all depend. If we were looking at maintaining the inspection frequency that we had, I think it would probably, it might not quite double what our current inventory is. I believe there's about we have about 5,000. I think between the cities, they have between 3,000 and 3,500. So if you would look at by 2/3 increase our staff. But
right.
we have vacancies now,
so one of the things that having the cities be able to be inspecting does is it takes the burden off the state in terms of the organizing and paying for the whole inspection of restaurants and of retail establishments that sell food.
Correct. And it also, in doing that, they do have the ability to fund their own staff and resources because they collect a licensing fee.
So if we wanted to make some, so it makes sense for us to talk with the cities and towns about, how changes to the homestead food program, that, and getting them to allow more of it would work, but that's not something that essentially that's kind of out of your bailiwick.
Exactly.
Okay.
Representative Barber?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So just to piggyback on Representative Bixby, if you could clarify for me, so a food establishment or someone producing, they are required to get a license or be in a homestead by the state, and then additionally to be inspected by the city, or does the city inspection cover both?
So if your establishment is within a self-inspecting city or town, it's only the local health department that you're applying for a food license and are being inspected by the local person in that instance. The state would have no inspection authority. We wouldn't collect any licensing fees if your food establishment was in a self-inspecting city or a town.
Thank you.
Do you know what RSA deals with the self-inspecting, gives them the authority to be self-inspecting?
So it's a combination. So the cities have the authority within RSA 47.
Okay.
And I'll just point out, not all cities are self-inspecting. Like, for instance, the city of Franklin is a city. The city of Somersworth, we inspect in that jurisdiction because they chose not to have their own health inspectors or a permitting and licensing process.
Okay. All right. Representative Scully and then Potenza.
Thank you for coming here. This is very illuminating. Do you know how many towns have entered into memorandums of understanding for, to generate their own health ordinances?
So there's 15 total cities and towns. There are 6 that are self-inspecting. Just towns that are self-inspecting. The rest are cities.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to what you just said in regards with numbers, and you had said 3,000, and then you pulled out a 5,000 number of, is that where you're talking about employees that are with the department? What was that number that you were talking about?
Sorry, we can confirm these numbers closer. I'm just rough estimates. The state has about 5,000 licensed food establishments. That includes restaurants, and then 3,500 would be the approximate number of that self-inspecting group that is covered. An additional, so we're looking at over 8,000 to 9,000 food establishments total in the state, with the state health department covering about 5,000 of those. And again, those are historical rough numbers. I could certainly get you better numbers.
No, because I was just, my family has been in the business of restaurant since 1969, and when my family had a business in Concord, a restaurant, I know that there was one guy that did inspections, so in Concord, and we never saw him. And so that when you told me there's 3,000, I'm like, whoa, there can't be. So that's why I was just trying to understand staffing. And did you say that you have open positions right now in that area for inspections?
So we do have currently we have vacancies that we're not able to fill for food inspectors. So
understandable. Thank you.
All right, good enough. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm going to call Chrissy Cantor. We are running quite late, and I want to keep this moving along. Good morning, Ms. Cantor. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Chrissy Cantor, Ward 6 Alderman in Manchester. You might know Ward 6 as the place where Picklegate controversy started. The controversy went viral after our city health department issued a cease and desist to Daniel Mowry for so-called selling homemade pickles. Right now, we have a geography of fairness problem. If you can can pickles or jams in Hooksett or Auburn, you're an entrepreneur. If you do it right over the border or 3 miles away in Manchester, you're a rule breaker. Is the air in Manchester somehow more dangerous for pickles and jams? No, I don't think so. We're told this is about food safety, but that implies the rest of the state is running some kind of culinary wild, wild west. Manchester's health department recently allowed baking, which was a nice start, but we're still stuck in a half-baked compromise. We aren't asking to abolish rules. We're asking for the same rules for almost everyone else in New Hampshire that in New Hampshire follows. Our current local restrictions don't provide extra safety. They just provide extra red tape and government overreach. The State Homestead Food Act works. It's safe, it's proven, it's fair. There has been no cases of botulism in New Hampshire by any citizens, but there has been a recent emergency recall in Vermont, Pennsylvania, and New York on garlic from a California company. That's interesting. That's corporate. This common sense bill will align Manchester with the same standards already trusted by the state, by the rest of the state. When we honor our state motto, we trust our citizens. We trust the grandmother selling jam, which was my mother. She wasn't selling jam, but she woke up one day to the controversy, and she's like, to think that I was actually illegal when I was sharing my jams and pickles. To help, but this helps people with their anything from heating bills, and it helps young fathers or mothers testing a startup idea in this kitchen. Let's stop treating Manchester citizens like second-class citizens in their own state. Please support this bill. Let our people go, bake, jam, can, sell, and succeed. I was there with my friend Daniel Mowry, and they did pick winners and losers, and that's the unfortunate thing. And being in city government, it's disheartening. So please support this. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bixby.
So what sort of authority does the Board of Aldermen have over the city health department?
Just changing ordinances.
Okay, so I'm not suggesting that this is a substitute for this bill, but would it be possible for the Board of Aldermen to change ordinances in such a way that it would force the city health department to follow the homestead rules rather when they apply, as opposed to a stricter set?
Technically they could, but I think it's just easier for us to align with the state, and it just makes sense, especially with what I've been seeing in city government.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I would like to call Tim Poitras from the city of Nashua.
Good morning, Chairwoman, and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today and allowing us to be able to speak. My name is Tim Poitras. I'm an environmental health specialist with the City of Nashua Environmental Health Department. We are one of the 15 self-inspecting cities and towns. So I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 418. In the state of New Hampshire, Nashua is the second largest city in New Hampshire, having around 7% of the state's population. And within Nashua, the Environmental Health Department licenses over 500 food service establishments, and that also includes everything else that we do, including pools, septic systems, and everything else. We ask that you do not pass this bill along and allow for local control to allow the 15 self-inspecting communities to choose for themselves what they determine is best for the citizens of their municipalities, as they have since the drafting and adoption of RSAs 47, 147, and 143. These RSAs give us self-inspecting communities the ability to review, to license, and inspect our food service establishments. And for Nashua, we have a written document, and I do have copies for all of you if you'd like. for our what we have and our requirements for homesteads and all of the information. I can give that to you now or in a little bit, whichever works best. But we have that, and anybody that reaches out to us, we distribute that to them via email, or if they come into our office, we speak with them on the phone about that. And we strongly support small businesses. We work with numerous daily when we're out conducting inspections, reviewing plans for new businesses. And we're try to work with people trying to do homestead to find a commissary kitchen to work out of, whether that is one of our 20 licensed churches or any other commercial facility within the city of Nashua. Anybody that gets licensed through a commissary holds a license with us. It has more opportunities. As they're then licensed, they can distribute food to any other establishment, whether it's in Nashua, it could be up in Milford, Amherst, or they could go to distribute down to Massachusetts. Also, being a licensed establishment permits us to conduct routine inspections. For us, inspections are a way of educating for our department, and we are an enforcement agency, which kind of stinks sometimes because we meet some very great people. But if education is key. So many people, even in the food service industry, still don't know some food service things, so we work with them through that. So licenses give us the ability to create good working relationships, work closely with them, educate them, and serve as a resource to anybody that has any questions. No inspections for these people that may be making things out of their home means no oversight. And this education that we may provide to people provides the why on why regulations or rules have been put in place. Usually the why kind of gets people thinking if they're about to do something, and then they know, oh, why am I supposed to do this, or why is this put in place? And that can help, especially in food safety. This bill would change us in Nashua and the self-inspecting communities from prevention, which is routine inspections and plan reviews, and the rest of our job into reactionary, especially for homestead people or people making food in their homes if anything were to happen. And thank you again for the time.
Okay, thank you so much. I know this committee has worked very, very hard in conjunction with Food Safety Division to craft the state laws that are currently, in operation. So is it your opinion that state law is deficient in some way, that, this is, that you need to be more strict?
So that is not in my position to make that statement as just one of the inspectors. So we are a department of 6 total people that covers the whole city. So our deputy health officer is also speaking at this. That may be a better question for him in that regard, but without consulting with the health officer and the rest of our department, that is not an answer that I can give. And if I could add one thing, there was made comments about bake sales earlier. And so in Nashua, and the rest of the state, in 2019, the state of New Hampshire adopted the 2017 food code. In that food code, there is a bake sale exemption. So if anybody comes to us with a bake sale, as it's written in the code, if I may read, a kitchen in a private home, if only food that is not time temperature controlled for safety food, and that would be something such as baked goods, cookies, cupcakes, is prepared for sale or service at a function such as a religious or charitable organization's bake sale, if allowed by law, and if the consumer is informed by a clearly visible placard at the sales or service location that the food is prepared in a kitchen that is not subject to regulation and inspection by the regulatory authority.
Thank you. Representative Bixby?
Actually, that was my question, so thank you for answering it.
Okay, Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm a little confused by your testimony. Your testimony is talking about licensing, it's talking about inspections, it's talking about all of that, which doesn't apply to this at all. So just to be clear, in New Hampshire, Class H homestead license is required under RSA 143A12 only if you sell non-potentially hazardous foods via internet, mail order to wholesalers, brokers, or third-party retailers. Sales directly to consumers, farmers markets, farm stands, home are exempt from licensing, provided products are labeled. This product is exempt from New Hampshire licensing and inspection. So I don't understand where your testimony is coming from, because this doesn't have anything to do with licensing or you guys are changing your self-inspecting or any of those types of things.
So as Department of Health and Human Services stated earlier in their testimony, these cities and towns can make their own rules. So currently in Nashua, and as I talked about this earlier, we steer people to work out of commissary kitchens. So we can make our own rules, and it has been the rule in Nashua, and it is part of the food code in section 3-20111B, stating that food prepared in a home may not be used or offered for human consumption in a food establishment. That is our reasoning behind not allowing currently food made in a home kitchen to be served to the public. And this document here lines everything up for that, talks about it, gives options, so that's why we steer people to commissaries. So, and to your point, we do not in Nashua allow for homestead foods to be served to the public. And so if someone is not licensed, then they would not be inspected. So then we license them, we inspect them, we educate them, we go through everything with them and help them out.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're a Dillon's Rule state, which means that the state law determines what towns and cities have the authority to be able to do. And so when you're telling this committee that you're restricting your citizens' ability to sell homestead products that state law allows, I think that's where the point of contention comes in, and Representative Aaron's question around what your feelings in the city of Nashua's feelings around that state law are. My question is, do you believe that those rules and regulations are authorized to you by enabling legislation passed by this legislature?
So, and again, as earlier, that would have to be a department decision. That's not a decision that or a statement that I can make on my own as just one person out of the whole department. And so that is something that we would have to talk about. And if you'd like, we can get back to you on that.
Yeah, follow up, Madam Chair, really quickly.
Sure.
I would like you to get back to you on back to us on that, because your testimony was just to that you support those rules and regulations being in place. So,
Representative Germana.
Well, if I may, and I apologize, I'm trying to think of a way to ask this as a question, but it's a comment, and I believe, having looked at 143A5, the exemption is specific to state inspection. So we have an exemption for state inspection, and we have in law the ability of the self-inspecting cities and with MOUs, the towns, to inspect food production, right? So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's the gap, right? So the law as it exists is exempting state inspection. It does not forbid communities from carrying out inspection and licensing based on their ability that is in statute, right? So what this would do, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is to close that gap.
Okay. Representative Barber.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. How many homestead producer inspections do you do in a year?
So currently, we do not have any. We have 2 people that may be considered homesteads. So the options for the people that want to do homesteading can either work out of a commissary kitchen. The other option is to make somewhere in your home that is completely separate, that is pretty much a commercial facility in their home. So currently we have 2 people that have done that and are working out of their homes, whether it's a porch that they've converted to a commercial facility or a garage. And then we also have more than 5 people that are now working out of commissaries in our city, and we inspect them. We do more inspections than any other municipality. Last year alone, fiscal year 2025, we conducted 1,597 inspections across our over 500 licensed facilities, and that averages out to around, depending on the risk for the establishment, and it will inspect anywhere from 2 to 4 times a year.
And what is the cost of an inspection?
So inspections are currently, the only cost for an inspection would be a reinspection if someone has a failed inspection, or a change of ownership inspection if someone is purchasing an inspection or an establishment and needs an inspection. The money comes into our department. It does not go specifically to our department. It goes right into the City of Nashua's general fund. We don't get any financial incentive from licensing people or doing anything. The licenses are tiered, and so depending on what business you are conducting depends on your license fee, and there's no cost for inspections.
So so to get a license, there is a fee,
Yes, for the plan review, and then for the license.
and in order to get a license, you must be inspected.
Yes, so how that works, so if, for example, if you want to open an establishment, you would reach out to our department and you say, oh, I'm looking at opening a bakery. We'd ask you for information, floor plans, we'd ask you for make and model of a number of equipment, menu, a bunch of other stuff.
Thank you. I understand that. My question, though, was the fee amount. Can you give me a range of the cost?
Yep, so for someone that would be, for most people that would be looking, or your kind of homestead operators, the plan review would be $125 for the license tier. Certain license tiers are $125 for the plan review.
Thank you.
And certain are $150. And then usually the annual license fee for that would be right around $350. They would fit
Okay.
into usually a C1 category for
Thank you. And,
our licenses.
and one last follow-up to that. Those who are applying, they've kind of, my assumption is they've kind of said to themselves, well, I can't get a homesteading license here, so I'm going to have to get a food license. Do you have any sense of how many of those people, if a homesteading option were available on a larger scale without special inspections, how many of those people might be homesteaders and therefore not be required to pay that additional fee to buy an inspection or license?
So I cannot put a number on that. We have people reaching out to us weekly, not necessarily the same person, but we have people reaching out to us just with questions about that, because maybe they moved from another state, or they may be living in another municipality. Where you live in Hollis, we've had people reaching out from Hollis saying, oh, I want to do this in Nashua, what can I do? And we can tell them, oh, you're out in Hollis, or if they're in another jurisdiction that's self-inspecting, we can direct them to that jurisdiction, or we direct them to the state's rules depending on where they are.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just a couple questions. First is, how many people do you have in staff going out and inspecting that 1,500 plus inspections? How many
So
people?
currently, we had someone that left and then someone else promoted last year. We have usually 3.5 staff out in the field conducting routine inspections. Currently, we have around 2.5. We've got someone that's kind of half office, half field, and they are currently training our new employee that we had just hired recently that is going to be one of the new inspectors.
Is your office also, in addition to this, basically policing in a sense? Because in a sense, this is really overwhelming. It seems as if you guys are really anti homestead, anti-business to the people in Nashua. I feel bad for them. So I'd like to understand, like, are you guys kind of shutting these places down? And if you are, how many have you shut down in the last year or two?
So I don't have specific numbers, and it's all about whether it's a complaint. So we are not out looking for things. We're not trolling neighborhoods looking for people selling things. Most of the time that anything comes to us about homesteading, it is a complaint. So someone will call or email us. If we have any contact information to that person, we will reach out to them and discuss with them what we allow and do not allow in Nashua, what our rules are, and then we go from there depending on what's happening. We have not fined anyone for homesteading.
Do you know how many complaints have come in over the last year or two?
I do specifically, I do not. In fiscal year 2025 total for food service, we had 74. Currently through fiscal year 2026, we've had 56 complaints come in. Complaints can be anything from homesteading, or people for homestead food. It could be from a illness complaint. It could be cleanliness, sanitation, anything like that. Those are all lumped into that complaint group.
Understood. Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question, and thank you for making yourself available to provide information about how things work in Nashua. I just wanted to. So I'm wondering, are there farmers markets in Nashua on a regular basis?
Yep. So thank you for that question. So we do have a farmers market. We've got one that's run by the Downtown Nashua Association. So that's now starting in May of this year, and it runs through October. They got a new director last year, so they started a little bit later. But we do have farmers markets. We allow licensed homesteads at farmers markets. We just had one last year that was licensed through Department of Health and Human Services Food Protection section, and they were licensed. They participated, and they have actually opened up a establishment in Nashua now, and are, from what I can see, doing quite well in their new commercial establishment.
Okay, follow up.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have rules for the farmers market that don't allow the homestead food that's done under the exemption?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. So we only allow licensed homesteads for. So if someone from one of the towns is a licensed homestead, or at the state level, we would allow them to be operating in our farmers market.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Comtois and then Representative Gruber, and we are running out of time here.
I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify something that you just said to Representative Bixby. So if someone is coming to the Nashua Farmers Market from a town that doesn't require licensing and operates under the state law, they can sell at that farmers market?
So if they are, thank you for that question. If they are licensed under Department of Health and Human Services, I believe is the Class H license, where they can sell to online or through mail or their establishments, they would be able to participate in our farmers market as we review applications and license and everything before people get licensed for the farmers market.
Okay. And just to follow up, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what you're saying is that if someone has homestead food and can sell in, say, a farmer's market in Pittsfield, although they're not a self-inspecting town and they don't require licensing, that same person would not be allowed to sell at a Nashua farmer's market. Is that correct?
If they are producing the food in say in Pittsfield and they're not licensed, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Gruber?
I don't have the question now because it was answered.
Okay,
Thank you very
good
much.
enough. All right, any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. So we're hitting 12 o'clock here. We had a hearing scheduled for 11 requiring background checks for solid waste and hazardous waste facility owners. I wonder if we could push that off till after lunch. Would that be okay with you guys? Okay. So, no worries. I do have one more person, Mike McGinnis, from Nashua to testify on this bill, and then I'd like to break for lunch. And I will open up the hearing for the next bill and then recess it for one and move some things along. So,
hi,
good
everyone.
morning.
Thank you for having me. My name is Mike McGinnis. I'm the Deputy Health Officer for the City of Nashua. Not sure what I can answer that my colleague Tim has not already answered, but I am not, I'm against this bill primarily for the fact that it doesn't allow us local control without issuing the license and the plan review process. It doesn't give us a good insight to basically ensuring that the facility has the appropriate equipment and use of space for the sanitary and safe production of food to distribute to the public.
Okay. So I have a question.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you issue a license to someone who's already adhering to state law?
we, like, is in a homestead operation. Our jurisdiction being self-inspecting, we just have never allowed homesteads to, any food prepared and distributed to the public is like against our rules for the city.
So, but even though state law, they
Yeah,
are following state law otherwise, then that, you could not, give a license to somebody who's already following state law, is what you're
not in
saying?
the jurisdiction of the city of Nashua.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. So do you think it's fair that we're allowing certain citizens to follow state law, and they go to the state website, and then citizens of Nashua may think that they're following the law because they're following state law, but now you're saying, no, you have to follow Nashua law. So there's conflicting information. Do you think it's fair that people have to go and research all that, and that there should be one set of standards for most of the people in New Hampshire, and then Nashua gets to set a whole separate set of standards, and also exempt folks that are producing homestead foods that can sell at a farmer's market, and just saying, no, you can't even come into our city to sell your food? Do you think that is fair?
I think it's confusing and annoying for many operators. I'm not going to get into the fair or not, but yeah, I would agree that it is confusing and frustrating. We try and guide each call, email, anyone who stops by our office to a happy resolution of getting licensed within the city of Nashua if they choose to operate within the city of Nashua.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You said you're against this bill because of local control. Do you believe that the city of Nashua has to follow state law?
I do.
Okay. So in that regard, do you believe that Nashua can make their own laws?
I believe that Nashua is a self-inspecting jurisdiction, and in that we can. That's my understanding, and if that's an incorrect understanding, I apologize before all of you, but my understanding is that Nashua is a self-inspecting community, can make its own rules regarding food safety.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so my understanding is that RSA 47 does in fact carve out the self-inspecting cities to be able to control their own health inspection. But my question is a little bit of the mechanics of that. Are the regulations that you're following something that's set out through city statute, voted on by the city select board or council of aldermen,
yeah.
whatever you call it?
To my understanding, yes. And you know, we adhere to we've adopted the 2017 food code, which we operate out of. And then if ordinance comes into law through the aldermen, then we enforce the law. And whatever that law is, we will enforce. And if this community decides to go one way or another, I'm still going to enforce that law. But currently, my understanding is if you're going to produce food in the city of Nashua, it needs to come from a licensed food service establishment. It cannot come from a home kitchen.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So, and essentially, when you say that you're opposed to this bill, you are saying that as a representative of the city of Nashua, and it's not a matter of your personal preference. It's just that you are legally required to hold that position because of your employment.
I would say that's a safe assessment, but also I personally disagree with this bill as well. Nashua is very diverse, and homes can be all sorts of things, whether that's a rooming house, a trailer, or a motor vehicle, a homeless encampment. Like, homes can be of many different things, and as my colleague tried to say earlier, we go into establishments 4 times a year, if not more. We see things we don't want to see. In that inspection frequency, we still see many things we don't want to see. I am against this bill because there's no oversight in a homestead. If there's no license, there's no inspection, there's no regulation. So basically, it is the Wild West, essentially, in my humble opinion.
Okay, thank you.
However, I would say with the rest of state law and the rest of the state, we don't see people dying in the streets from botulism or any other problems, do we?
Fortunately, we do not currently.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Wheeler? Potenza? I'm looking over there. and whatever.
Wheeler Potenza.
Yeah.
That got me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to be clear here, and I'm going to try to be respectful in this, but you are here representing. I'll try hard. Representing the city of Nashua, correct?
The Environmental Health Department for the city of Nashville.
Correct. So that's how you're testifying here, correct? As an employee of the city.
Sure.
Then you just gave a personal bias against something which you're here representing the city. And so your personal bias should not be part of this because that's you're not here representing just saying
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, with respect to my friend, are we at a point where we're just
Yeah, I think we're
not
gonna
doing what we're supposed to be doing?
Any other questions, Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming here. One of the things I heard in the testimony that kind of struck me was the fact that Nashua is 7% of New Hampshire's population, and yet there's only 2 people trying to produce things under the homestead law, state's homestead law. Would that suggest to you that the ordinances in Nashua may be so onerous that they're actually discouraging the starting of private little businesses?
It's entirely possible. I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot more goes on that we don't know about. And as my colleague said, we respond to these through complaints. We don't go looking for them. And when a complaint gets, vocalized or written in or sent in to us, we have to respond to the complaint. So I'm sure there's a lot more that we don't know is going on.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much for coming and testifying this morning on this bill. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going to close. Well, first we have to get the blue sheet, and I neglected to do this for the bill before, so we're going to have to go back and do that. For the online testimony for SB 418, we have 11 people in support and 10 people in opposition. I don't have the blue sheet is up there. And grab the blue sheet for 475 too, if you can. Thank you. All right, so for SB 418, we have on the blue sheet 1 in opposition and 1 in favor. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for SB 418. And I also want to note that for SB 475, that we had the hearing before. On the online portal, we had 4 people in support and 1 person in opposition. Do we have the blue sheet up there for SB 475, Representative Scully?
Could you repeat those numbers, Madam Chair?
For SB 475, we had 4 people in support in the online portal and 1 in opposition. And on the blue sheet, we had 1 person in support of SB 475. Okay, so I'm going to open up the hearing on SB 644. And then, I'm going to first of all close the hearing on SB 418. And I'm going to open up the hearing on SB 644. And I'm going to recess the hearing on SB 644 till 1 o'clock. And we will meet then. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. And thank you.
I'm going to testify at 1 o'clock and then I'll head back.
Okay.
Sorry, Julia.
No worries.
So how he should have answered because he's here.
Somehow
We have to shut it down.
we have to somehow say They can do whatever, they can inspect all they want, but they cannot make any more laws on restricted state zoning.
But they also can't inspect homestead, sorry. That's part of our law.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
So for what they can, they can Okay, members take their seats. We're going to get underway. First, for the folks who are here for the 1 o'clock SB 624, we are going to take up some business for a bill that we could not get to this morning. So we're going to do that first, and then that should not be too much time. But then we will then proceed with SB 624. So my apologies for the delay in that, but I am going to reconvene and open up the hearing for SB 644. And Senator, I guess it's Gannon. Was it Gannon? Whose bill is that?
Pearl, I
Oh,
think
Senator Pearl. I'm sorry. Senator Pearl, who's the sponsor of that bill, was unable to come and introduce that. So we are having the esteemed Representative Scully do the introduction of it, and let's get on board. Okay, so I'm opening up the hearing for SB 644, requiring background checks for solid waste and hazardous waste facility owners. Thank you, Representative Scully.
Oh, you're quite welcome. It's, for the record, Kevin Scully, District 8, Hillsborough County, and I am a member of this committee. Again, introducing the bill on behalf of Senator Pearl, who could not be with us today. I do have some talking points that Senator Pearl provided regarding this bill, which I'll read to you. I will not be taking questions. All right, so public hearing, here we are. The bill is a request from the Department of Environmental Services, excuse me, which seeks to amend language in existing state law related to the conduct of criminal background investigations for applicants for solid waste or hazardous waste facility permits. These background checks have been required in state law for many years, and more than 40. And prior to 2023, the DES learned from the New Hampshire Department of Justice that the language in the existing law needed corrections in order for multi-state criminal records checks to be conducted through the FBI. Very specific language is required by the FBI to access the federal databases. Corrections were made in the 2023 legislative session, but since then we've learned that they did not hit the mark. The DES has worked closely with the New Hampshire DOJ and the Department of Safety to craft these corrections and get them right this time. The corrections address the deficiencies, making it clearer who is subject to the records checks and simplifying the process overall. Some legislators may remember that this bill was considered last session as Senate Bill 302. Late in the session, it was amended with other unrelated provisions and died in committee of conference. Important to note is that the failure was not related to the original provisions of the bill. Senator Pearl would like you to pass this.
Thank you very much, Representative Scully. And I'd like to have those prepared remarks given to the clerk, so you can just pass it. Thank you.
Were these your remarks or?
That's from Senator Pearl. Thank you. Again, thank you for introducing that bill for Senator Pearl. And with us today is Director Mike Wimsatt and Leah McKenna from NHDES to talk about SB 644. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director for the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I'm joined this afternoon by Leah McKenna, who is the Administrator of our Solid Waste Management Bureau. And happy to be here before you to testify in support of Senate Bill 644. As Representative Scully indicated, this bill is a request of the department, and he introduced it very effectively. And the only thing I would add to that is that the corrections that we've made since the 2023 version include clarifying who is subject to the records checks. Very specifically, the FBI requires that. We also identified the specific DES officials who are authorized to receive the results of the criminal background investigations that are conducted. And thirdly, it simplifies the process, and it does so by removing the Department of Justice sort of as a middleman in the process of getting criminal background investigations completed. So that means that the forms that are completed by the applicant are provided directly to DES, who passes them on to the Department of Safety State Police, and the State Police conducts the background investigation and then reports the results of that to the specific officials within DES who are authorized to accept that information. So it's pretty simple. The only, I will say, just to be very clear, this is an identical bill to what was in the bill before it was amended last session. And the only changes were a couple of typographical errors and defining specifically what department meant to mean the Department of Environmental Services. Beyond that, it's the very same bill. And I would note also that representatives of the Department of Safety are here today if you have questions of them. And we're happy to take your questions with that.
Any questions? Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Director Wimsatt. I'm wondering, it'll catch me. You can hear me. You can hear me. So I'm wondering if the bill, well, now you've got me off my game, Captain. Seth, no, it's okay. What happened to the bill last year, SB 302? I remember it, but I forget where it went or where it died exactly in the process, and I'm wondering if you could.
Oh, I can tell you.
Okay. Okay. No.
We,
it was committee of conference, wasn't
yeah,
it?
we,
I
we
do
tacked
remember it
on
now.
some sort of language, either a landfill language or something else. Huh? Oh, the animal cruelty language to it. And it got over there, and they said no, and I said, okay, well
This
then.
is a flub of a question. I
Yeah,
apologize.
no
No,
worries.
hopefully that doesn't happen again this
So
year.
blame it on me.
No, no, it was all worthwhile.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Any other questions for Director Wimsatt about this? I do have a question. Has these changes been discussed at all with any of the waste management people?
Yeah, I guess what I would say in answer to that is that they were very much involved in 2023, and they were involved last year. And we had communications with them, and they had some questions about the effect of the bill. They actually influenced the bill a little bit in 2023. But my understanding, I can't speak for them, but my understanding is that they are not unhappy with any of the provisions in this bill at this point.
All right. Good enough. Anybody else? No? All right. Thank you. I appreciate your coming. And are there any questions for folks from the Department of Safety? No? No. Well, we appreciate that they came here today as well. But okay, I guess we're good.
If we weren't running behind, we could exec it now, but we are, so. We'll put it
Yeah,
off.
and I'd rather have more people from 6-4. Oh, we do have somebody else. That's okay. Yeah, so yeah, I would like to have more people from the committee present to exec this bill anyway. So, but we'll get there shortly. So, thank you very much. Any other people wish to speak on this? All right. With that, I'm going to say for the online portal, we had 11 people in support and 1 person in opposition. The blue sheet for SB 644 indicates 644.
There it is. Okay. It is in fact blank.
Oh, it is blank. Okay, so the blue sheet is blank. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on SB 644. And we are going to open up the hearing on SB 624, restricting access to certain hemp-derived products. And with us today is Representative Bixby, who will be introducing this bill on behalf of Senator Gannon, who again could not be with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And he has sent along some points to introduce
So for the
bill.
record, Peter Bixby, Stratford District 13, Dover. And I am introducing this on behalf of Senator Gannon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Aaron and members of the committee. I am sorry I can't be with you today as you consider SB 624. This bill closes a loophole that has allowed the unregulated sale of hemp products in New Hampshire stores without labeling, potency testing, or even age requirements. The Federal Farm Bill of 2018 included an exemption for hemp-based products that was meant to allow textiles, biofuel, and some health products, but this has been exploited to allow the production and sale of food and drink made from the cannabis plant, some with very high THC concentrations. We know this is a problem because the Liquor Commission has received numerous complaints about children as young as 12 acquiring these products. I would defer to the New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement on the need for this bill and how it would be implemented, but let me note that the bill passed the Senate unanimously, uniting supporters and opponents of marijuana legalization. I want to thank you for your consideration of SB 624, Senator Bill Gannon, Sandown District 23.
All right. Thank you so much for
I'm not
introducing
taking
that bill. No, I know that. Thank you, Representative Bixby. I am going to call the Honorable Sue Hamola to come and speak from Sam, New Hampshire, from Hollis. Good afternoon and welcome back to the legislature.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Sue Hamola, representing Smart Approaches to Marijuana. SB 624 does three main things. It updates the definition of hemp so that it includes THCA, and it also mirrors the federal definition of hemp as well. It also adds an age restriction for purchase of hemp products, and it provides a mechanism for effective enforcement of violations. Just as a quick overview, hemp and marijuana are the same plant. The THC level is what decides whether it's called hemp or it's called marijuana. THCA is the freshly harvested cannabis plant that can be synthetically converted into high THC concentrations and added to a variety of consumable products. In 2018, as we all are aware, the federal government created the Farm Bill loophole by allowing the open manufacturing, sale, and production of hemp. A lot of hemp distributors, what they did is then they could take that, they can concentrate the hemp and they put it in a lot of products, and this was called gas station weed. It's been a problem ever since. As you all may be aware, in December of 2025, the federal government passed language to close that Farm Bill loophole, and it doesn't come into effect until November of 2026. The problem is that, like anything, until it comes into effect and even afterwards, there's quite an advocacy to lessen that language, to take it back, because it's been such an uproar in the hemp industry about that. Why is it necessary that this bill has an age restriction and an enforcement mechanism? The reason that this has an age restriction is because right now, these products, gas station weed, there's a real issue with hemp distributors mislabeling products. So they might say that something's on there that's compliant, FDA compliant, because it's hemp, but the THC levels are off the charts. So as a matter of fact, in 2024, there's a report by the American Council of Independent Laboratories that found that 69% of the products independently tested exceeded the 0.3% Delta 9 THC levels as the definition of hemp dictates. And 81% of these products exceeded legal standards when THC and THCA were tested in combination. So that is one of the reasons that it's a constant cat and mouse game of having a mislabeling of these products. Another reason is that for having an enforcement mechanism, if you actually go to the RSA now, it gives you the definition of hemp, and then that's it. There's nothing in there that's enforcement. So it's the current status of where it is right now has no way for people to, for law enforcement to provide an effective mechanism for identifying and stopping some of these violations. So just in closing, just to let you know, my testimony is uploaded already into the remote sign-in system, and I have links for all the information I provided to include the federal definition of hemp, which was passed in 2025. So for SAM New Hampshire recommendations, SAM New Hampshire supports 624 and its provisions. And you know, this isn't going to happen, but SAM New Hampshire always advocates for the fact that THC is particularly detrimental for those with developing brains. Those are people ages approximately 25 and below. So if there was any kind of intoxicating hemp legalization or any kind of like even with this bill, if it brought the age up to 25, that would make more scientific sense than keeping it at 21. We typically keep things at age 21 because that's the legal age for drinking. But if we actually care about the science of marijuana and its effect on developing brains, we would actually make that level at 25. I'm open for questions.
Any questions from the committee? Nope. Okay. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, like a lot of folks, I imagine, I have a hemp store in my town, which is a half a mile from my house. What kinds of questions should I be asking them, and what kinds of enforcement is currently going on with these establishments?
Well, some of the things that you could be asking them is to show you the products that have hemp in them, because this is very interesting. There's a group out of California in Marin County, and they went in there, and one of the things that they found is a lot of the products in those stores were marketed to children. And they weren't necessarily saying, come on in, kids. What they're saying is they're making Doritos packages that look like something very similar to what kids do. They have cartoons on the labels. So one of the things I thought was really interesting, if anyone want to look at this, you can go and look at Marin for Public Health or something. They actually did a whole campaign in their community to try to bring these things to heal. So what I would do if I had a hemp store is I'd first wonder what their products look like, and because that kind of tells you who they're marketing to.
And what kind of enforcement do we know is going on with any of these stores?
I won't be able to answer
Oversight?
that, but
Okay.
I'm sure that there are
Perhaps
people here
others
today
can.
who can. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I am in part responsible for there being a definition of hemp in New Hampshire state law.
Thank you.
And one of the things that was apparent to me and some of my colleagues at the time was that that didn't really cover the whole issue, because there was no way of telling whether you were actually getting what the label said you were getting if you bought something that was labeled CBD at any store in New Hampshire. And we proposed legislation that would have involved having a third-party certification of the content of that, and having an enforcement mechanism, and that would have cost money, so it died. So I'm wondering, what is there a mechanism in this bill that will provide for the measurement of the contents of products, and also is there money in it to provide for enforcement?
As I understand the bill, and as I've read the bill, I don't see that there's money in there for the third-party testing. It strictly does the three things based off what I could see, which is update the definition of hemp to bring it up to standard, because we hadn't considered things like THCA prior, and then go figure, people found a way to concentrate THCA. And then it obviously, like I said, added those age restrictions, and it gave in a scheduled penalty of violations for enforcement. But I don't believe that there's any third-party testing in there. There may be. That sounds like a really great idea, and it would be something to work on. I have a feeling, though, as legislation goes, if you put something like that in there, it may make the bill a little bit more complex and would probably result in it not passing, is my guess. Because
Okay,
it's almost
yeah.
like some of those things have to be dealt with single topic.
Yeah.
That's
right.
just my assumption.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. The name of that organization or that study, you said began with an M?
Yeah, it's Marin for
M-A?
Marin for Public Health. But what I'll do is I'll email it to you.
Okay, but it's MARIN?
Yes,
Okay.
Marin County, California.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, they've done fabulous work for trying to do things in their community.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So, a lot of, I see them when you go to a convenience store. I see them all the time. It looks like some things look like candy. They look like cartoons. They're bright colors and all of that. Definitely marketing it to a younger crowd. How old do you have to be to purchase those now?
It's my understanding that unless we have something on the books ourselves, that
Anybody can purchase them, any age,
Yeah.
correct?
That's my understanding, but there's perhaps law enforcement can speak to that more. And that's been the problem with this Farm Bill loophole is because of the fact that these products have been mislabeled. They are intoxicating. They contain intoxicating hemp, and they've not been labeled correctly, so that there's no legal mechanism in which to say prevent them from being sold, other than if they were in a store where you had an age restriction, like you can't go into the store unless you're age 21. That's why it's been called gas station weed.
Yeah, follow up. Yeah, unfortunately, I know about this from, my children were telling me about this all the
Oh, yeah.
time. It's just, I'm like, what are you talking about? And yeah, it's just kind of a known entity. I'm talking about, like, not like my kids are doing it, but I'm talking about that's just it's a given in Rochester, in that community. And there's a lot of gas stations, and these kids, they were down there by the basketball court, and it's all legal. So,
Yep. Yes, it's a very good thing that the loophole was closed. But it's long overdue.
Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge. This seems like an important loophole to close. The question I have is how easy and accurate is it to test the THC or THCA? Is that a difficult process? How does that? I don't know how that's done and if that's accurate or.
I don't know either. I don't know that answer to that question. That'd be a great question to having obviously an independent lab representative come in and speak on that. But I do know that one of the things that is really required is having people come in and test in some fashion.
Right.
And it's really unfortunate, I will say, it's really unfortunate that always goes on in this game of cat and mouse. This always goes on to the state or it goes on to the entity trying to do this. In some ways, I mean, why aren't we demanding the distributors have their product, tested? And their reports, they have to be held accountable. So that always falls on everyone trying to do the enforcement of it.
Right.
But quite frankly, I think it needs to happen at another level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? So I have a question though about no person under the age of 21 may purchase, possess, or consume a product derived from hemp, which contains natural or synthetic THC in any amount. So we're saying that, I have a CBD cream that I use for, aches and pains or whatever. So we're saying that an 18-year-old who has maybe a sports injury or something wouldn't be able to use a product that had CBD in it?
No, ma'am. CBD should not have traceable amounts of THC unless it's been synthetically converted and distilled into something for intoxicating purposes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So it should not have that.
Okay, gotcha. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to speak to you about this afterwards, but you brought this up, and I wanted to sort of hone in. You and I find ourselves on different sides of the aisle when it comes to the legalization effort in general, but I have been against the Delta-9 synthetic THC that's in our gas stations and being consumed by our young people because it's, number one, not the cannabis that we're discussing when we're discussing legalization, and number two, I don't think the effects long-term have been studied on the young mind in the same way that cannabis has. And so people get it wrong. They think this is a cannabis debate when in reality we're talking about synthetic cannabis that's sort of subverting through the Farm Bill loophole the legalization efforts that we have here in the state. So I think you and I might actually find common ground on this bill, but I am curious as to when I look at the Senate committee's process, there was a lot of discussion around different amendments and then ultimately the committee amendment that passed. And so my question was, does that amendment make this bill workable in the ways that everybody was looking for in the confusion and other points that were brought up in testimony here? And I'll ask the same question of safety when they come up too.
Thank you for that question. I believe that the amendment focused on including mirroring the federal language for hemp. And this was the same thing. Senator Fenton has another bill. I think it's SB 465, if I'm recalling it. But it is a definition of hemp. And I gave Senator Gannon and Senator Fenton the same advice, which was please mirror the federal language, because that has been one of the issues that we've had with policy that goes from federal to state, is we often have slightly different definitions which result in slightly different outcomes. So I believe that definition was just to update it and make it mirror the federal language.
Right, that's what you had said. You had wanted THCA to be included in here, and it looks like that's been done. And then safety also wanted something as well. So those are in there, and the bill as it is
Yes.
right now is passable in
Yes.
what you're looking for.
Yes. Okay.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and for taking my question. So, I mean, I understand the desire and the need to regulate sales of these products. I'm a little bit concerned, I must admit, with the starting page 1, line 26. The chair referred to this section a moment ago. No person under the age of 21 may purchase, possess, or consume a product. So we're not just talking about regulating the sales. We are actually talking about, and then on the next page, we're talking about violations that, so a young person, a 19-year-old who is found in possession of a hemp product that exceeds these limits is now going to be potentially charged with misdemeanors. And I mean, can't we accomplish what we're trying to do, or what I think this?
So the other question I have is, if we don't have a testing routine for these products, then it seems that someone could end up having a product that has THC content without knowing it because it's not labeled as such. And that could I could see that being a real kind of catch-22 that we don't want to have in our statutes.
May I provide
Yes,
a brief comment?
please comment.
My comment to that is, this is a large issue. Whenever we are dealing with things like, especially around the marijuana industry and the marijuana discussion, they are large issues, and bills that tend to take a bite out of every piece of the apple often don't succeed. Pardon me. So I would actually just encourage to look at this issue in all of its pieces and parts, and to come together to work on legislation that addresses individual pieces of legislation that might address the whole issue. Thank you.
Representative Scully.
Well, I guess I do want to build on the comments of Representatives Germana and Bixby, which is, if these products are not labeled, then the person buying them would have no way of knowing, and therefore could be guilty of a crime without ever intending to be guilty of that crime. So does it weaken the bill tremendously if we just limit the liability to sales until we can get some kind of testing and labeling on the products?
What I'd say to that is that the reason that you have a bit of the Wild West going on is because that Farm Bill loophole is open. And because states, just like if you have nothing on your books about hemp itself, you have no immune system for enforcement to start acting on that. So for that, the hemp industry is paying attention to what is going on with that closing of the Farm Bill loophole. And that Farm Bill loophole is closing in, say, 6 months. So the hemp industry itself is already trying to address this issue. So I understand what your comments are. I really can't speak to those from a Sam, New Hampshire perspective, but I will say you have to almost start somewhere. You have to take one bite somewhere.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this question is for you or for someone else that might be testifying. When Representative Germana, I had that same exact question. And, but then after you spoke, if there's no penalties at all, then, youngsters are like, okay, well, I can do it and it doesn't matter. But I think it comes down to, I don't think we should have any sort of government agency at all that's testing or doing or any of that cost that should be borne on the state at all. None of these places, the gas stations, any of these places should be purchasing anything that is not already got a label and certified or whatever. I think that's really the key here. That's how you stop it all. And if you're selling any of that right now, then you just stop selling any of that. And that's what a law should do. So, I don't know what the policing of it would look like. Because that's hard, but I mean, of course there would be a lot of communication, and if the fines are really, really high at a place of business, wouldn't that piece alone work? I don't see how. And aren't these a lot of foreign entities that are selling this stuff?
They're sold, they can be sold in gas stations and smoke shops and all these other kind of, places that aren't sort of the normal, market basket kind of a thing. But I agree with you that there has to be some other kind of mechanism to keep these products out of these stores entirely. It would be really interesting to explore the idea of having a state law that says any hemp product that comes in has to come in with a certified testing certificate. That would be a really interesting novel way to do it, and for a state to lead. But I haven't spent enough time to flesh that out to give you a final answer of what that would look like.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you edify the committee on the work of SAM just briefly?
Smart Approaches, thank you for that question. Smart Approaches to Marijuana it's a national organization. I'm the chair here for New Hampshire. Smart Approaches to Marijuana advocates for science-based drug policy. We are, contrary to popular belief, we are not against medical marijuana or all these things. We just advocate for make it science-based, make it follow regular protocols, and make it make sense. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Hamola. And now I have Jim Riddle from Hillsborough.
Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Yep, there you go.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name's Jim Riddle from Hillsborough. I have a USDA license for hemp seed production. I also serve on the board of the New Hampshire Cannabis Association, and I am not a proponent of hemp-derived or intoxicating hemp derivatives. However, I'm not a fan of this bill. If there's ever a bill that fit the definition of inexpedient to legislate, this is it. It's really poorly written. There are several reasons why this bill should not move forward. It's been mentioned that the federal government passed a law as part of the budget reconciliation last fall that prohibits intoxicating hemp derivatives. That law takes effect November 13th of this year, but no rules have been written, no regulations. And there are numerous bills which have been introduced to either delay or amend that, and they're very much live issues in Congress right now. So for the state to rush ahead when the state already has a law prohibiting these products with this bill, I think is the wrong way to go. Let things continue to shake out a little bit at the federal level, because there will be regulations written to implement the law that was already passed. Another concern I have is it really creates two new classes of criminals. Anyone under 21 who consumes, possesses, or purchases any amount of hemp products would become a criminal. It doesn't even link that to the other parts of the bill of the 0.3% THC. It's any hemp products is the language here. And that person then, would include college students, would include a lot of young tourists, and we're pushing these people away from New Hampshire, basically, with this kind, and not focusing on the businesses that are selling the products. Then the other problem I have is the language about the businesses. section 6 here, line 7 on page 3, says a corporation or unincorporated association shall be subject to a fine not to exceed $20,000 for misdemeanor, 1,000 for a violation, but doesn't say what crime they have committed. Nowhere does that link to the sale of intoxicating hemp products. It just says they'll be subject to a fine up to $20,000. And the third concern I have is when you get to the final page, the fiscal note, it looks like it's going to cost the state nothing. Great. But there's no money to enforce this, and it costs money. If you read the fine print at the bottom, it says, therefore, this bill may have an impact on the judicial and correctional systems, which could affect prosecution, incarceration, probation, parole costs for the state, as well as county and local governments. And then it links to a PDF file that itemizes those costs. And that file says this bill may have an impact on the judicial and correctional systems, which could affect prosecution, incarceration, probation, and parole costs for the state as well as county and local governments. And then it summarizes all the different costs for enforcement, judicial actions, etc., and concludes by saying, well, it is not possible to determine how many additional investigations or charges will be brought because of the changes contained in this bill. There may be increased municipal costs associated with the changes. Officers and prosecutors will need to be trained on the changes, and it may be necessary to devote additional time and resources investigating the offense and prosecutorial process. The additional time and resources necessary will vary by jurisdiction. So it's not a cost-free bill by any means. It doesn't include anything about testing that you've been talking about, and it doesn't cover the costs. If you're fining someone up to $20,000, you better have a pretty ironclad case. So you've had to invest in enforcement actions, in gathering evidence of crimes, and then prosecution. Those are all costs that the local municipality, the police departments, so it becomes another unfunded mandate pushing the cost down to local governments and municipalities because there's no state dollars being invested with this bill. So to me, the bill is premature because of action at the federal level. It's government overreach. It's turning new classes, including college students, into criminals. And it's poorly written. It doesn't say what crime the businesses would have committed to be subject to a $20,000 fine. So I urge this committee and the full House to vote that this bill is inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Riddle, for your testimony. You hit on most of the points that I was going to ask in questions to the Department of Safety, so I appreciate that. And I wonder, similar to what Representative Aaron, Chairwoman Aaron was wondering in her question to the previous testifier, do you believe this bill would in any way unknowingly restrict the use of CBD products that might unknowingly contain THCA or the other products because we don't have the capacity to test? And again, I appreciate your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Representative Wheeler. It certainly is possible, especially with that language about any amount. It doesn't even link it to the 0.3. So you certainly, often CBD products have trace amounts of THC.
Exactly.
It's really nearly impossible to
entirely eliminate THCA.
Yes. Right.
When you're looking at, like as I'm sure if you have a product, I use CBD myself. It's a great, I think a miracle product in a lot of ways, at least for me. When you look at the label and it says whatever, 98% CBD, there is always that subset of less than a percentage point THCA, blah, 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 blah. And so I I do find concern when it comes to, I mean, obviously someone's able to test it, they're able to get those labels, but I find concern as to setting up a state bureaucracy around testing, or how are we going to determine that? And I find the point about prematurity, I think that's the right way to put it.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question to you is based upon how you said that on page 2, line 7, where it talks about, the corporation, and how that doesn't, it doesn't associate with any violation of law. Well, I mean, I think it does, because if you go back to page 1, it refers that, under line 14, 15, 16, 17, it basically is referring it back to that paragraph. So how are you saying that they're not connecting? The whole bill is connected. So that's why I didn't understand what you're saying, that it's just on its own, but it does. It brings it back to paragraph 1, which says nothing in this chapter shall be construed to authorize the sale of THC products, da, 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 da. And then, notwithstanding any other provision of the law. So are you still thinking that it's not connected to anything?
Madam Chair, Representative Potenza, yes, indeed, because those are each number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, stand on their own under the numeral 3, 3 at line 13 on page 2. If you look at number 4, line 1, at the top of page, I guess they are called page 2, it says any person who knowingly possesses blah, blah, blah. So there it has a link to what the behavior is that then warrants a violation or a misdemeanor. Number 6 on line 7 has no such linkage.
Okay.
Representative Bixby?
Now, there is, so drafting errors are not entirely absent from bills that we receive, and one of the things that we do in the committee process is to identify drafting errors and correct them. And it would seem to me that what we're looking at in section 6 is a drafting error where there should have been a reference to a specific prior paragraph, such as the possibly paragraph 1, and another drafting error is it should say any natural person who is convicted, is to make a distinction between in 5 should say any natural person, because person otherwise can be anything, and then that makes a distinction between and it would seem that 6 probably would also have a violation of paragraph 1. So if in fact this is just a drafting error, do you still think that this is that is bad?
Madam Chair, Representative Bixby, it may be a drafting error, but it's not the only one in this bill. And there's a lot of cleanup that would need to be done before this could even have legs to carry it forward, I think, and be enforceable. But yes, are these businesses committing a crime by possessing, consuming, purchasing, selling? We don't know what the crime is. So I think it's more than a drafting error. If you're going to impose a $20,000 fine, you need to have very solid linkage to what the crime is in the law that's going to be passed.
So, moving to a sort of a broader scale, do you see it? Does it seem like this bill is trying to address a problem that is real and just does a bad job of it, or is it just entirely without merit? Madam
Chair and Representative Bixby, I I think there is another bill. I don't know if it came to this committee, but that Senator Fenton had introduced, which is very clean and prohibits these products. This bill has an enforcement mess that it creates, basically, as I see it. So
Yeah, and if I could just say that bill, I just looked it up, and Representative Wheeler pointed to too. That's going to criminal justice, and it has no criminal penalties in it. So we got sent a bill that has criminal penalties in it, and they sent the one that just defines THC in hemp to criminal justice.
Oh. Well, Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I don't, I know you said it's not clearly defined, but I mean, I think it is because it says maybe yes, drafting errors and exactly what Representative Bixby said, but it basically, from on the first page, it says what it is, it defines what hemp is, and of course, it's got from lines 15 to 18, and it says exactly what it is. Nothing in this chapter, no sale of authorized products that are derived from hemp which contain natural or synthetic, I can't pronounce that, THC, greater than blah, blah, blah. So it does define it, and it's crystal clear there. I guess I just don't understand why this couldn't be simpler. Maybe this is a bill that is already in place, but where businesses shouldn't be selling this to begin with. Like if the law is in place, they're not allowed to have these in their stores, whatever. Isn't that clear? Isn't that clean right then?
Madam Chair, Representative Potenza, I think if you are going to attempt to prosecute a business to the tune of $20,000 fine, the law behind it better be clear what the crime was. And I don't see, especially that paragraph, is it possessing, selling? You don't know. There is, yeah, the product is illegal, but it's not even illegal for it. There's no linkage. But I'm also very concerned about the unfunded mandate and how the costs to investigate, prosecute are all going to be pushed down to the localities. If you're going to pass this, take it seriously, have clean language of what the crimes are and money behind it to enforce it. State money.
Okay. Representative Howard and then Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so given that it is an unfunded mandate and that the crime is not very well defined, I have two questions, and it sort of builds on what Representative Bixby said. Are we creating a new class of criminals by making this a criminal bill, a bill that achieves a criminal end? Or are we talking about this is question number two, are we talking more about a regulatory thing? Where what is, if this is so harmful, why is it so available to the public in the first place? So because it's unregulated. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I think we need a bill that regulates it rather than criminalizes it. Do you agree? I guess there should be a question there. So do you agree with me?
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative Howard. Yes, I agree. And I thought the idea of requiring a certificate of analysis for every product that goes on the shelf, I think is a reasonable approach. That is a good regulation. Go to where the source is. Don't criminalize the kids in the process.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up and then
So,
Representative Scully.
which would put it in the same, similar category as alcohol, right? We all know that alcohol is harmful. We're even finding out now that it's a carcinogen, but we don't take it off the shelves. We make people aware of the risks, and people, and I know that alcohol is addictive and all of that, but I just think it's more of a regulatory thing than a criminal one.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I really do appreciate you coming and testifying and you're giving us your insight and opinion. You do seem to be rather knowledgeable regarding this subject. Do you know if the bill that was passed at the federal level does have testing and labeling requirements for these types of products?
Madam Chair, Representative Scully, it does have language to lead to that, but the first step in that bill mandated the FDA to develop a complete list of all cannabinoids within 90 days of passage. That hasn't been done. So until we know what all the cannabinoids even are, we don't know their effects. And there's way more than THC and CBD and THCA. There's a host of different cannabinoids. So they have to build the knowledge base publicly through rulemaking. And then they would have the steps to actually write the rules and regulations to regulate this industry, right? These products. And the ones that have predominantly CBD with trace amounts of THC, where exactly do they fall? We don't know yet at the federal level. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of moving pieces at the federal level that we haven't even seen the first step of that 90-day list of cannabinoids released by FDA yet.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and speaking with us today and lending a really good, different perspective. Mark I'm sorry, I can't read this. Armagammon? Okay, and Danielle Elston from New Hampshire Liquor. Did you bring anything for us?
That's awesome. Madam Chair, honorable committee members, for the record, my name is Chief Mark Armaganian. I'm the Director of Liquor Enforcement Licensing under the Liquor Commission. With me here today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston. She is our subject matter expert in this lane. I can answer any questions as far as operational is concerned as it applies, but Danielle is going to have a lot of the questions that all of you have answered. And if there is any restatement that has to be made as it applies to this bill that's in front of you right now, we do recognize also that Senator Fenton has a bill that defines also. The verbiage is, I think, exactly the same, except for the penalties. So, and it's in a different committee. So, for the first time, we're before you, which we're usually in criminal justice and commerce. So, I will leave this to Danielle to answer any questions and describe the bill for all of you.
Good afternoon, Danielle Elston, Deputy Chief with New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement. I'm going to try to clear up as much as I can from our perspective based on some of the questions that were asked. This is a big issue. All of these products are in our New Hampshire stores. A little bit about we are the regulatory enforcement arm of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. We regulate everybody that has an alcohol or tobacco license in the state. So our investigators are in these stores. Many of them have tobacco and liquor licenses, so we're in these stores every day. One major issue that we have found and how these products initially got introduced into the market is the definition of these products lives in the agriculture statutes. The licensees are regulated by two major titles in the state. We have Chapter 126K, which is the tobacco laws, and Title 13, which is the liquor laws. So there is no reference to any of these products or the compliance with these products in Title 13. So the licensees out of the gate are reading these statutes, they're looking at these, what they can and can't have, and nothing in Title 13 points to the definition of hemp and what hemp products are allowed. So one of the corrections that you'll see in this bill is actually telling the licensees to look at the definition so that they know what products they can have. And that's simple cleanup. We educate them in their initial training with their license and industry circulars out to the industry, but many of them also dive into the statutes themselves. So if nothing else, what we definitely need to do is educate the stores and what the definition is of the products that they can have. The second thing that I'd like to address is a lot of these products coming in are not mislabeled. They are very clear with what they have. We almost weekly pull THCA products off the shelf that clearly say THCA, THCO, THCH, Delta 10, Delta 9, but many of them where the confusion comes is they say Farm Bill compliant. Farm Bill compliant specifically addresses Delta 9. So they are Farm Bill compliant. They are not lying. They are under 0.9 Delta or 0.3% Delta 9, but they have other intoxicating THC variants in them. And that's where some of the concern has. We have had several cases where people under the age of 21 have purchased these items because they are packaged and labeled as regular candy. There's Skittles, there's Nerds, there's gummies, there's gummy worms, there's Sweet Tarts, there's Sour Patch Kids, all of which are actually hemp, intoxicating hemp products. So that's the goal of this, is to clean up that. How do we direct the licensees in the stores that, you all talked about, to ensure that the products that they are bringing in are compliant? The other part I'd like to explain on this that's occurring with the licensees is the people bringing these in are not, these products are legal in other states. So some of these products are legal in states that have cannabis. There's other states nationwide that actually have hemp regulatory programs. So the people bringing these in are not the scary guy in the white van who's trying to sell you drugs out of the back door. They are actually prominent business people in other states where these products are legal. And many of them don't understand New Hampshire law. So what they're actually pitching is a product that's legal in the other state to New Hampshire licensees in this state who, under Title 13 and 126K, which are the statutes that they live in, nothing says that they can or cannot have these products. So that's the goal for this. Like any age-restricted product, just like we do with alcohol and tobacco, there is a deterrent factor. That's where the penalties come for the individuals under 21. These mirror the penalties for marijuana. So they're actually civil infractions until you hit your third offense, then they become criminal. So those mirror the same penalties as marijuana is in the criminal code. In terms of penalties for the establishment, there are both criminal penalties and regulatory penalties in here. So, for example, if we were to find, let's go with the very blatant one, THCA, which is very clearly prohibited, and we're hoping to prohibit it here. There can be administrative penalties against the establishment. We handle those internally through our administrative process, and those go against the license itself. There is provisions in Title 13 and 126K to bring criminal penalties against the establishment. Those are reserved for egregious cases. Typically, we only have seen those in fatalities that involve overservice of alcohol or very clear egregious offenses of selling alcohol or tobacco to minors that have resulted in some sort of significant incident. But the goal here and the goal of this is these products are here. They're being sold to kids. The kids have access to them. The licensees aren't very clear on what they can and can't sell. So it's to clean that all up so that the right products are in the stores and that those products are not being sold to underage kids and they're not being marketed to minors.
Okay, Representative Potenza and then Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here. You just cleaned up a bunch because I was looking here at the penalties and I was like, aren't there already penalties for underage minors for alcohol and marijuana currently on the books?
Correct.
So this here doesn't do anything separate or different really than what is already on the books.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other piece is, do you feel as if, I'm sure you guys have looked over the bill, not that you work for OLS, but do you believe that there are some things, some fixes that we could do as a committee to amend this so it makes it crystal clear on what applies to what and if based upon the previous testimony, so it is crystal clear about what penalties and things like that for a corporation or not?
I think that would be fine. There's no risk to cleaning it up and pointing exactly so that it's clear to everyone.
And the other piece is in regards with businesses, are they taking in products that are outside of the country, like right now? Are people selling products that are not made here in the United States? These types of candies and all of that kind of stuff?
Yes, there is some, we have seen it on the tobacco side in
Yes.
terms of vape and products like that are
That's right.
coming in from overseas. In regards to these products, I can't say 100% for sure, but I would bet most of them are. But like I said, I believe a lot of these products, from what we've seen and what we've have encountered, which has been a significant increase, I would say, in the last 6 to 9 months. These products are actual hemp products that are legal in other states. It's just that the licensees here are unclear of what is the New Hampshire statutes and what they can have for those. Plus, we've recently now seen the introduction of THCA, which is not covered by definition at all, but is a highly intoxicating portion of it. So, but the products that we see that have THCA or THCO or some of these other variants, the labeling is clear. It says right on these labels that they're THCA. That's part of what we're trying to clean up, is to make sure they are clear of what products they can and can't have.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. You very illuminating testimony, and I totally agree. Like I had said in my initial testimony, I totally am behind the effort to make clear in statute which of these products are the actual synthetic THCA. And like you just said, these are not, you can't mistake it for anything else. These are very clearly labeled at the gas station. You find them more in the 93 corridor than you do at a gas station in Peterborough, but they exist. And these kids are out there consuming these products. So I'm not against this bill in any form whatsoever, and I hope we can get the bill to a place where it moves forward. I guess sort of leading into that, I would ask, given that it is likely, I'm not the speaker, but I think it is a second committee bill, given that it has violations in it. I don't know how much time we have. It is.
The deadline indicates it's a second committee bill.
Right. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Right. So yes, I agree. My question was about a subcommittee and the potential to wordsmith these tweaks out and get this to a place where it is clear.
Yeah, we should probably do that. Let me see, this is,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I would imagine, I'm not sure.
that's where violations go.
Yeah, I'll have to, is it due on the 14th?
It's the 16th. Yeah.
Let me just look here. All right. Yeah, we'll have to do that, but I think, it does make sense to have a subcommittee take a look at it.
Okay, I was going to say, if not, I'd be happy to sort of ad hoc it, because I know we might only have next week to do that subcommittee. but-
Yeah. Well,
Well, right.
yes, ma'am. I'm just looking to see, so as a subcommittee, where would that go? That would go to ag policy? Yeah, ag policy. Because otherwise there's food safety, solid waste, animal protection, so. And the ag policy committee, I'm chair. Comtois, Bixby, Barber, and Sophikitis are on that. So, but, we have a subcommittee. You're certainly welcome to help work on that.
Well, that led into my question, which was, you would absolutely be coming to attend that subcommittee and help us wordsmith
Yes, sir.
and things like that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
If I could point out one singular thing too, that it may seem obvious, but we get the questions on these from the licensees. By only changing the definition, you've just defined what it is. You haven't said who can have it, who can't have it, what it means, where it goes, who's in charge of it, who looks at it. So by simply changing the definite alone, you've just said what hemp is. But to the licensees, well, can I have it or can I not have it? You've said what it is, but what is allowed, what is not allowed. So that's, in the simplest form, the liquor world and the tobacco world, everybody lives by definition. Everything in that statute is defined. So when they look at a definition, they see what it is, but then there's other parts that say, based on that definition, this is what you can have. Liquor is defined, beer is defined, specialty beverages defined, beverages defined. So if we're expecting the stores and these licensees to know what it is, even just by pointing to the definition, we still need something that says, here is what the product is by definition, and you can only have these, or you can't have it.
Okay.
So,
Um,
if I can add, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Just really quick. Also, Title 13 is a permissive statute, as a permissive title. So different than every other title that all of us work with, where if it isn't there, you can't do it. This says you have to place into it what you can do or what you want them to do. So like Danielle said, if we don't specify exactly, this industry is so literal that, and I'll give you a quick example. When we went through the executive orders during COVID, and saloon was used as a term in one of them in the shutdown. We don't have saloons. We have cocktail lounges. We don't, it's a defined term. And a lot of those, we smirk about it. And when my 28 years with state police, I would have too. But at the end of the day, that was something at 11 o'clock at night we had to deal with, because we had licensees saying, we're not shutting down because we're not a saloon. So it's just something to be aware of. That's all. I appreciate the way you're thinking about it, Representative.
Representative Haskins, and then Howard, then Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I need to go back to pre-K with this. I don't even understand why it directs liquor licensees. So I said there's a hemp store in my town. It's not a New Hampshire liquor store, and it doesn't sell liquor. So
It probably sells. It's likely they have a tobacco license, and we regulate all tobacco licensees as well.
Okay, now THCA, THCO. I don't know what those are.
They're all bad.
Yeah. Thank you.
They're all in the simplest form. They're all versions of marijuana, and so this is part of what everybody talks about is the hemp loophole. Is the common phrase for the hemp the hemp statute was when they opened this up, it was made for rope, not dope. So it was made so that cannabis cultivators could use their leftover products to make textiles and fabrics and things like that. But what ended up happening is there became a market for consumable products, which was never really the intent of it. So that's what the loophole is. So now they've moved in through the consumable products, where they're now in the forms of gummies, Doritos, some of the other products I've said. So the goal here is they're intoxicating products. Any version of this, THCA, THCO, Delta, they're intoxicating.
Follow up, if I may.
Yeah.
What is Delta? Why is that?
That's
a
the
separate title.
That's the intoxicating ingredient in marijuana.
Oh,
I'm glad you don't know much about marijuana, Linda. I'd be worried.
I do not pretend to know much about
Representative
marijuana.
Howard.
But one last question,
sure,
if
okay.
I may. Do you folks find, and maybe this is for law enforcement alone, interdiction going on because of these products?
No, not quite. So there's this kind of snuck up on the industry in general. Again, we didn't see a lot of it. I would say in the last 12 months is really when there's been an influx in the market. And some of that has become because other states saw the influx and they've put hemp regulatory processes in place. So now the products that weren't allowed in those hemp regulatory processes, they're finding the states where they can bring them in. So it's a strange market because on face value, even law enforcement in general doesn't recognize it as, for what it is. There's confusion in that in there as well in terms of what is allowed, what isn't allowed, what's a hemp product. And like I said, some of the labeling on this can be confusing. It says Farm Bill compliant. So it's under the 0.3 Delta 9, but now there's THCA included in it. Or there's one vape that we have found that we use an example in a lot of our products that is 82% Delta 8, which is also an intoxicating product. So it's Farm Bill compliant in that the Delta 9 is under 0.3%, but you're still looking at THC content that's in the 80s or 90s. And again, the big concern for us from our agency is because it's related to a store that sells either alcohol or tobacco, and these are where they're being sold, we get a lot of the complaints. And we have had true instances here in New Hampshire, 12-year-olds purchasing these products, consuming them and overdosing, teenagers consuming them and overdosing. And it's so the goal of this is, it's part of it is also an educational product. We need to let the licensees know what they can and can't have. We need to throw some deterrent in to both sell it to a minor, to then, deterrence for having the minor try to buy it or get a hold of it. And the goal is the products that are supposed to be in here are in here, and that they're not getting in the hands of kids.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Howard? And then
Thank you, Madam Chair.
go around.
So I still have concerns about criminalizing this, and so, but it sounds like you are in favor of criminalizing it, or a little bit. So let me just frame my question a little bit. Do you draw a line anywhere? Is there any of this that like they should just not sell at all because it's just so terrible, and some of it is less terrible and doesn't trigger, a background check or a $20,000 fine, or is it really all that bad?
So the products that are technically allowed by the definition are minimal. They're the true products that the bill was implied for. There's very few products that are allowed by the true definition. I would say 95 to 99% of the products that we are trying to stop coming in don't meet this. There's the loophole in the definition, are not the intent of what they are. So to be clear, these mirror the penalties for marijuana. They don't become criminal until the third offense. So they are just civil violation, just like they are for marijuana, just like alcohol is, just like tobacco is. So if a person under the age of 21 was to be found in possession of this, they would receive and it was to be brought forward, it would be a violation level offense. So they wouldn't actually be a criminal charge against them. The criminal charges for the establishments would be, I would say, held for egregious offenses. If we're able to put the regulatory process in there, that is the way that most of these would go if we were to find them selling products that were in violation of what the proposed definition is. This, by educating the licensees of what the actual definition is and saying to them what they can and can't have, we're going to eliminate a lot of this issue. Because again, the problem is where the definition is, and it's just a definition, and they don't know to look there. And we can educate them again in training and industry circulars, but we can't force them to read the industry circular. We can't force them to go back and look at the labels in their products. But if they're in the statutes and then they know that if they have these illegal products, that there's penalties for it, we seem to have a lot of deterrence in that.
Thank you so much. That clarifies things a lot for me, and it seems like you're doing the regulatory thing first and then the criminal thing as sort of a last resort. So thank you for that clarification. That's great.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
Gruber,
Okay.
Representative Gruber first,
All
and then Potenza. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Bixby.
All right. Thank you for this very insightful and helpful. You mentioned early on that some states have dealt with this. And it's legal, and I think you applied. It's not illegal in New Hampshire yet, unless we do something here. I mean, you could link it to your Title 13 right now, but it's really it's fuzzy. Is that correct?
I would say it's fine. So hemp is defined in New Hampshire. There is a hemp definition that says what you can and can't have, what hemp is defined as.
Okay.
But in the statute itself, it doesn't do anything with that definition.
Right.
It just defines it.
Okay, and then you mentioned there's two bills hanging out there, one here and one in another committee. Seems to me like we probably should look at both so that we don't, or somehow put those together. Otherwise, we're going to be going at odds with each other. My second question is a follow-up. So it appears this is really critical to make it illegal to do these things, and it needs to be linked to Title 13 because you have a system in place right now. Is that correct?
Correct. And the last paragraph of the bill does that.
Does it? Okay,
It does, yes.
All right.
So the 179 So 179.50 and 179.5 put this in Title 13, that it points the licensees to the hemp definition and says you can't sell any products that don't meet that definition.
Right, and so therefore the definition that in the other bill that we haven't seen here, is that in better shape than this one, or
They're very similar.
very similar?
They're very
Okay,
similar.
Thank you.
Both, my understanding is both of these mirror the new definition implemented by the federal government to close the loophole.
Okay, great. My thought was we may want to talk to the other committee. Okay, thanks.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I have a question about the definition and a question about the federal legislation. And so my question about the definition is it changes it to including the seeds thereof and all derivatives, extracts, cannabinoids, isomers, acids, salts, and salts of isomers, whether growing or not, with a total tetrahydrocannabinols concentration of not more than 3%. Okay, so because CBD is not a tetrahydrocannabinol, that would not be swept up under the total 0.3%.
Correct. This does not have an impact on CBD.
Okay, and so then connecting that to the federal legislation, one of the things I'm a little bit concerned about is putting a bunch of stuff in statute at the state level when there is stuff in process at the federal level that may require us to do major adjustments to that within the next year. And I'm wondering if the time is now for this, or if we should let things get established at the federal level first.
I think the concern we have is that these products are here, and if we don't do something about it now, they're going to continue to come in. Probably even more so as the federal definition is looming. People are going to try to get these products in the market and sold as quick as possible. So our concern is we see them, they're in the stores, they're here in New Hampshire. The kids have access to them. They're being marketed to the kids. So the goal here is let's close this loophole and get them out of the market as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sure.
Representative, if I can just historically, let's go back to 2014. I was over at the other job running the Bureau of Investigative Services, which had the drug unit. We were dealing with spice in Manchester pretty heavily, if anybody remembers that. We couldn't get ahead of it. We were dealing with an opioid problem at the same time also. Couldn't get ahead of that also, and we couldn't arrest our way out of it. To be quite honest about it, we had to create a pause so that treatment and recovery could catch up. We are now in the same cyclical issue. Different product. I'm not trying to make the relation with products. I'm just saying this is the snowball effect. This thing is traveling pretty quickly. It caught up with us extremely fast. We're in the licensed establishment, so for regulatory law enforcement as ourselves, we're seeing it, and we saw it quickly. For traditional law enforcement to see it, they're not in our establishments other than maybe a break that they're taking during the day, or they're going to a call-specific domestic or an assault, but they're not seeing what we're seeing, and we're collaborating on that so that we're all going in the same direction on this. And I appreciate we're trying to wordsmith this for it to be the perfect product that it can be, because all we're looking to do, to be quite frank about it, is to protect our youth. The Farm Bill never intended for edible and adulterated food products. It intended on the topicals for your joints. And that morphed into something that those of us in the Chiefs Association sat back and were like, okay, who's going to do this? Well, let liquor do it, because they're in those establishments. It just seems like we're at the tip of the spear all the time when things like this happen, because they're in our licensed, quite frankly, they're in our licensed establishments. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Representative Tenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I love how you just said that, and I know we're probably getting this closing to wrapped up, but would you please comment on just I know this is happening in the cities, in Rochester specifically. Another speaker said, well, we should wait until November. I want this done now. Tell me a little bit about, because I know I've talked to police in Rochester, that this is a huge issue. That it's like you said, it's passed around like candy. And I know there's been at least 2 car accidents with minors that were under the influence, but they said they weren't under the influence because they were eating whatever they were eating. And the other types of overdose and the impacts that it's had on our children.
So yeah, I think the high level view of that is they have access to it. They have access to it. They are starting to catch on of what these products are and that they can buy them at their local convenience store. So it is something we're starting to see more and more. But there's also a part of it where they don't know what they're buying, and that's what we've seen as well. In the case of the 12-year-old, it was a gummy type product. It was on the shelf, readily available. They had access to it. They purchased it. There was no question. I think when you age restrict something, that immediately, the kids are so used to alcohol being age restricted and tobacco being age restricted, and that they immediately start to understand. We start educating as part of our public platforms. We have 2 mascots that we use to start educating very young kids that there's good products and bad products, and there's age restricted products. So they know this. These are things that the kids know. 12-year-olds know that they can't buy alcohol, but adults can use it. They know they can't buy tobacco, but adults can use it. So even by putting an age restriction on it, that alone lets the kids know that it's maybe something they need to reconsider. The licensees are used to that. All these licensees sell age restricted products. They understand the process to it. They understand there's penalties if they sell to kids under 21. They understand they need to have signage. They understand they need to check IDs. So again, by putting, by doing it this way, we're putting some restrictions on it, but to a population that already understands those. They understand what age restricted products are and that they're, in the simplest form, good and bad, depending on your age, and the licensees know what products they can have and what they can't. So, but yes, it is very real. The way we actually discovered these products in the stores was an investigator was in the store and saw Starburst and Sweet Tarts in a closed case. And, the licensee at this point had them closed, but he couldn't figure out why the candy was locked up. And there was similar candy on the shelf below. And as we started asking questions, we realized that this is, there might be a letter off, or, it's Sweet Tarts with an S instead of a Z, or, that's Skittles uses Z instead of S's. Those are the difference. But if you were to look at the packaging side by side, you wouldn't know this. So that's actually kind of how our agency started raising our eyebrows to say, okay, why are we starting to see all this candy in weird places? It's either locked up or it's behind the shelf. And that's really how we started to look at this. So it's out there. And again, I think it's the responsible thing to do at this point, to at least do something with it, because it's here and the kids are getting it, and it's going to keep coming.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We have one more pink card from Kate Frey from New Futures. And we are running quite late, so I hope we can get through this quickly.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. New Futures, for those of you that aren't familiar, are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to improve health and wellness through policy change. And in this role, we really work extensively with policymakers, stakeholders, and prevention partners to reduce alcohol and drug problems in our youth. We support 624. I will hand out my testimony, and I'm actually going completely off book because of all the issues that were raised today. I was going to do a little bit more of a higher background of about these intentional industries who are marketing to our kids and to vulnerable populations, and they all have a playbook. We've seen the playbook with alcohol, we've seen the playbook with tobacco, and now we are seeing this playbook play out in these unregulated areas, these areas that have loopholes in the law that allow marketing, deceptive marketing. So these things aren't just happening. There's an intentional industry behind these products. And just like alcohol and tobacco, as the Division of Enforcement said so well, is that, hey, we want players to do what they're supposed to do. But once they start, targeting our kids, continue to sell a product that we've said over and over again cannot sell, that's when you need to be heavy-handed. I also want to say that there was a lot of misinformation with the previous speaker. The fines that they were talking about are civil fines, just like we have for cannabis, until you get to that fourth, fifth offense. So we are using the same deterrence that we're using with cannabis. So I think what you do have is pictures. These are from New Hampshire stores. I would agree with Representative Potenza that they are all over the place. We have been trying to work on this issue since 2023. Actually, the alternative treatment centers and New Futures worked together to try to get a ban in place because of what we are seeing with all of these products popping up. As you heard from the Division of Enforcement, all that did was really change the definition, but it didn't have the bright light of enforcement for these tobacco and liquor licensees. This is what this bill does. There was also discussion about waiting until November for the federal law to take effect. A couple things about that. The definition is the same as federal law, but the reason that in the federal budget bill they put that off until November is because the intoxicating hemp industry is working very hard to make sure this does not go into effect. So if that happens, you do have a state law that you can rely on. I agree you can make changes if you need to down the line, but we can't leave our kids open and the vulnerable populations to continue to be manipulated by this industry. There are similar bills with nitrous oxide. Remember Whippets? They are now being marketed towards kids. Kratom. So this is not like, oh, it just happened. These are intentional industries. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So online we have, and I don't have any more pink cards for this afternoon. So we have SB 624. Online we have 25 in support, 3 in opposition. And on the blue sheet we have Thank you, Representative Scully. We have 1 person in favor. And I'm going to close off the hearing for SB 624. All right. Okay, and now our last bill for today, we have SB 465, classifying xylazine as a Schedule III controlled drug. And I'm going to open the hearing on that, and Senator Gannon is not here today to introduce the bill, so we have Representative Bixby who will be introducing the bill to us.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, Peter Bixby, Dover, Stratford 13, and I am introducing this bill on behalf of Senator Bill Gannon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Aaron and members of the committee. I am sorry I can't be with you today as you consider SB 465. This bill is part of the state's continuing effort to reduce the number of deadly overdoses in New Hampshire. This bill would classify xylazine as a Schedule III drug, enabling enforcement of our laws against drug dealers who are using it to endanger our fellow Granite Staters. Xylazine is an animal tranquilizer currently being used to cut 30% of fentanyl seized in New Hampshire. As xylazine is a tranquilizer, it can interfere with or prevent attempts to restart an individual's heart after a fentanyl overdose. The drug is very cheap, possibly costing only $30 a pound in certain black markets. In the Senate, we adopted an amendment to ensure that veterinarians would be able to continue to use this drug in their work. The bill passed unanimously in committee and on the Senate consent calendar. I would defer to the experts in the room today and thank you for your consideration of SB 465, Bill Gannon, Sandown District 23. And I won't take any questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Bixby, for introducing that bill. I will call Sue Hamola from Sam, New Hampshire, to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Sue Hamola, representing Sam, New Hampshire. I'm going to keep this very brief because you're going to have other speakers who are going to give you more information on this. Sam, New Hampshire supports this bill. This bill is needed because xylazine is being added to fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances to extend the high. It's also being served as serving as a filler because it's easy to obtain, because it's non-controlled substance under federal law. This drug has actually emerged as a growing issue for substance misuse and polysubstance use. And there are discussions. The reason why this bill is needed at the state level, and I'll actually end my testimony here for any questions. You can have questions if you'd like. But the reason this is needed is because there is discussion at the federal level about making xylazine Schedule III drug, but they are slow to act. And that's why the state should lead the way. We have the ability to lead the way and add this to our Schedule III. I will say the Police Chiefs Association, I saw that they signed in to support this bill as well, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? You have a question, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is xylazine's current schedule? And doesn't making it Schedule 3 mean that you're basically saying it has no medicinal or scientific research possibilities? Doesn't it really just cut it off completely? Or
No, not
please
at
explain.
all. Yes, sir. Schedule 1 is that the schedule that says that this is an addictive, highly addictive substance, and there's no medicinal purposing for it. Yeah, Schedule 3 is saying that it has some medicinal benefit. It is used as a veterinary drug right now. So there's a whole lot of information I wasn't giving you for time that you'll hear from the speakers after me.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Robert Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as a Federation's policy director, and we do support the bill. Our interest is the language that ensures that licensed veterinarians under the New Hampshire Veterinary Practice Act can use the sedative, and that would be starts on line 7 through 16. And our concern that we have, if that language were not there, the record keeping and time requirements required by veterinarians to comply would be such that it would be cost prohibitive in circumstances for animal owners to have their animals doctored. And we see it as a humane care element issue to this. And I guess I'll leave it at that because we've got some veterinarians here who can speak to things in much more detail than I.
All right. Thank you, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Just a quick question. Is it your understanding that those specific lines that you stated will let the farmer who has been given the xylazine, are they still able to administer that drug to the animal that's in need? Because if it's reclassified, will they be prohibited from taking care of their animal?
You mean the veterinarian use?
No,
But my understanding, and I will defer to the veterinarians we have here with us, that what this does is it enables the veterinarians to continue to utilize it and practice as they can currently under the Veterinary Practice Act. It changes nothing. That's my understanding. And what it is, where it, like I said earlier, where the benefit is for our livestock owners is that it keeps costs down. Is a big one, and I probably should. I've kind of skipped over some things that I think are going to be said. But what it does, it's a sedative, and it's used to calm and treat livestock, and it facilitates animal handling, examinations of animals, and some surgeries, is my understanding. And it's relatively common.
Representative Comtois, follow up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up because I just want to make sure, and I know that you may not be able to answer this, but currently now, because it's not a Schedule 3, a veterinarian, livestock owner can get that drug from the veterinarian and then have it on hand at their farm and administer that to their animal that's in distress. And I guess my concern here is the question is, will that stop under this?
I don't believe it changes the client-vet relationship at all, if that answers your question.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jane Barlow, Roy. And Dr. Katie Larson? Okay. We get a twofer. Thank you.
More because I'm small animal and she's large animal.
Okay. All right.
So for the record, my name is Dr. Jane Barlow Roy. I am a small animal practitioner here in the Concord area. I am representing the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association.
My name is Dr. Katie Larson. I am the current New Hampshire VMA president and also a large animal practitioner, and I practice in New Hampshire.
And the New Hampshire VMA is in support of this bill with the amendments that were passed by the Senate. And to kind of dovetail what has already been said, we do appreciate the carve out for the veterinary exemption so that we continue to use this medication as we have been, in the past, and we'll be able to do so, going forward. There is legislation at the federal level that is to make this the xylazine a scheduled drug as well. So yes, we are kind of trying to get ahead of it. And again, the federal level is definitely a lot slower in passage. The American Veterinary Medical Association is part of those continued discussions at the federal level. So we are also involved in those discussions, from the state as well.
And to give you a little insight of what large animal practice would look like and how this medication is used, I would say probably 90% of calls I go on, I would use xylazine. And that is to keep myself safe and my patients safe to do needed procedures, whether, that be a horse colicking, whether that be an animal with a laceration. The goal is to keep everyone as safe as possible.
Okay. Would you like to add anything else? Do you think that by doing any of this is going to make the cost of xylazine higher? Increase the cost of xylazine?
So as written with the amendment, it will not change the cost of xylazine as I understand it.
Okay. And to Representative Comtois' question, do you believe that any of this language here would prohibit, say, a farmer that you have directed or given a prescription to from administering xylazine to their animals if they needed it?
So as written, it would not prohibit that. It would make things stand. And whenever we're dispensing medications, we're giving very specific instructions, use this, or even the farmer would call and consult on an ongoing case with the veterinarian.
Okay, so the language that says, nothing in this section shall prevent any licensed veterinarian from doing any of the following: dispensing or prescribing for or administering to. So the farmer who would be giving this to their animal, based on your direction, that would be under the prescribing.
Correct. The only way that they will have the xylazine in their possession will be under the direction of a veterinarian. It is not something even right now that a farmer can purchase on their own.
Okay.
And in most cases, they are calling their veterinarian on record to get prescribing because the amount of time between the large animal veterinarian showing up at the farm and when the original injury happened, they're going to be calling and making sure that they're doing the best for that animal. And obviously, Dr. Larson and her colleagues are not going to let an animal suffer in that time period if it's going to take them 15, 20 minutes to get to that farm. These practices are already in place, for those, that the safety of the animal.
So a farmer would need to get a prescription in order to obtain xylazine. They just can't purchase that at home,
Correct.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay.
And that's already in place right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
That's as is.
All righty.
Or should be in place right now.
Any other questions? Representative Gruber?
Yes, thank you very much. I understand that Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey has made this drug a class 3. Are you familiar with any adverse impact on the veterinarians or the farming community in those states, or are you familiar with that?
I am not familiar with the state by state.
Yeah.
Again, each state is
Right.
is enacting their own thing. We are trying to get it at the federal level to have the consistency there. But I know that each state, just like any bill, will have their nuances. But as far as we know, we're just trying to preserve, what we're doing already, and keep the cost of care down, and the access to care.
But you haven't heard anything from those states, or
Not yet. I
in,
believe-
in your associations?
No, not in our
Okay.
association yet. I think that this is a relatively new thing within even just the last, year or two. So it's not something that's been coming down the pike for eons yet.
Okay,
So
well, thank you. Great.
Okay, any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have Kaylee McGlynn and Alexandra McGlynn, and I'm wondering if you might be able to come and speak together. Sure, thank you.
For the record, we'll have separate testimonies, keeping it brief and short.
Okay.
First of all, my name is Caitlin McGlynn. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the honorable members of the House and Environment and Agricultural Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. SB 465 is founded by an academic poster I developed titled A Call to New Hampshire Legislators Expediting Xylazine to be a State-Level Controlled Substance. This project is not only relevant to me as an equestrian, but as a born and raised Granite Stater who has witnessed the impact substance use has had on our committees. Additionally, I've been honored to spend time at both a federal drug agency and a local law enforcement department to diversify my understanding of drug crimes in our state. I have the privilege of completing my undergraduate degree at Southern New Hampshire University, an environment with highly educated scientists, attorneys, and sociologists who have supported and revised this project to satisfy evidence-based findings. SB 465 is a vital piece of legislation utilizing quality local data to improve our response to the drug crisis in the Granite State. Commonly referred to as tranq or zombie drug, xylazine is a veterinary tranquilizer unapproved for human use, being utilized as an adulterant in the illicit drugs such as fentanyl and heroin. This drug has been known to reduce the effectiveness of naloxone or Narcan in opioid overdoses and form necrotic wounds that can ultimately lead to limb loss. Some users report that xylazine withdrawals are profoundly worse than heroin or methadone. And that's a quote from the DEA. Despite xylazine's criminal involvement in expediting the addiction cycle, this drug is unscheduled federally and therefore immune from prosecution of its possession in the state of New Hampshire. Xylazine is not currently classified as a controlled substance under the Controlled Substance Act, and federal efforts to address this have not been timely given its growing impact in New Hampshire. I'm quoting the DEA. The DEA states that xylazine had been found in 30% of fentanyl seized in New Hampshire, and that was an article from 2025. Our other states have issued specific local scheduling measures to combat increasing numbers and presence of deaths due to xylazine. After intense analyzation and evaluation of the current circumstances, the evidence presented indicates that it is in the state legislature's best interest to mandate the drug as a Schedule III controlled substance. Illicitly, drug manufacturers are making a larger profit from utilizing xylazine in their stock. Drug dealers are able to cut expensive opioids like heroin and fentanyl with cheap $6 to $20 kilos of xylazine and make high yield profits in addition to amplifying the sheer amount of drugs on our illicit market. The New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services have issued formal statements to healthcare professionals informing them of the substance presenting itself in clinical settings. However, healthcare professionals are left with a lack of understanding, training, and treatment guidelines for both physiological and psychological effects of xylazine. As much as it is a regulation concern, we are grappling with an uncontrolled emerging public health crisis. The available data on New Hampshire and xylazine presence is not indicative that this is self-resolving. And so I make the argument that this bill is both proactive and reactive. Reactive in the sense that we are reacting to the demonstrated presence this drug has in our state, but proactive to the extent that we are in a position to implement effective controls on this drug before its trajectory becomes even more dangerous. The DA has stated that the emergence of xylazine across the United States is following the same path as fentanyl. And this drug is solely not identified within the illicit market. I think that's why a lot of the reason why we're here today. I want to acknowledge and make it apparent that veterinary practitioners around our state require this drug to be used in methods of sedation to keep themselves safe and their patients safe. This legitimate method of administration is considered within the contents of SB 465. And rather than classifying this drug in Schedule 1 like Florida did, we're scheduling it as a Schedule 3, which allows veterinarians and other practitioners to practice with less limits and more freedom in that regard. In order to gain oversight on a larger scale, scheduling this drug is the first step. HB 287 through formal action decriminalized xylazine test strips, xylazine and fentanyl test strips in August of 2023. And so this has been a problem in New Hampshire, and we've identified that in further proceedings. So although we have specific harm regulation legislation, there's been no concurrent measures to pursue scheduling the substance. And so this bill gives the state the ability to act much quicker than the federal action would ever show to be. And so to serve the public interest, I call upon the House Environment and Agricultural Committee to vote in favor of SB 465. I want to quote New Hampshire DEA Special Agent in Charge Paul Spira. We've seen it from Seabrook to Colebrook. It's everywhere. And so for these reasons, I urge the committee to support this bill and ask questions. I'd be happy to take any questions. I don't know if we want to do it separate.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like you to clarify for the committee what you meant by zombie drug. I was on criminal justice in my first term, and we heard a lot about xylazine and the vasoconstriction that happens from there, which cuts off oxygen to parts of the body, resulting in the tissue atrophying and, as you said, the limb ultimately falling off. So could you just relay for the committee the effects of this drug? It's not as simple as heroin or fentanyl. I mean, these are some of the substances, the scary substances that we're seeing out in our streets today, and zombie drug is an apt term for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question. My mother actually will be testifying after me. She's a nurse, so she can speak a lot more to the medical effects of it. To my understanding, xylazine has dual receptor activity, so it causes peripheral, so within the limbs and such, vasoconstriction. So we're essentially clamping off blood supply to limbs, and that's how we form those necrotic wounds that are often very painful and not responsive to typical treatment for necrotic wounds. So there's a lot of effects of xylazine. Again, specifically speaking to like a difference of opioids, we're working on alpha-2 adrenergic receptors, not just like a mu opioid receptor. So a lot more complicated. We've got underlying bradycardia, hypotension, all those factors that when you give Narcan to fix with just one opioid, you can push the max dose of Narcan and you're still dealing with those effects. And so that's what makes xylazine such a dangerous substance, is that we're really fortunate to have a true antidote for opioids like Narcan. It's very rare, to my understanding, that we have such a substance like that. But for xylazine, we're seeing a much more complicated clinical picture. And you can see instances of that in like Kensington, Pennsylvania. Their drug, people who use drugs and dwell within the areas, they call it zombie row. So that's typically what we call zombie drug.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I wanted to get that stat that you gave, which was you said it was in 2025. Did you say 30% of opioids fentanyl?
Yes. Direct quote from an interview with the DEA and WMUR. I can quote it for you right now. The DEA said xylazine had been found in 30% of the fentanyl seized in New Hampshire. And I can also get that source too.
Follow up?
Yep.
I don't, why are we just doing this now? Is this has this been, is this somewhat new that they've been using this in drugs, or is this, why are we just doing this now?
Great question, right? So as the market evolves, are people who drug dealers, people who manufacture illicit drugs, they have caught on to trends, and this is again a loophole within the system where it's not federally scheduled. So it's existed in our country. It's existed since 2006. I believe it came in first in presence in Florida from Puerto Rico, but we're really seeing. I pulled New Hampshire coroner's data for my research project at my university, and so we're seeing that demonstrated presence. We're seeing it become more popular. And sometimes a drug can get here, right? And it takes a little bit for it to take off and really become popular and utilized. And so actually some users will request that they look for substances like fentanyl or heroin in conjunction with xylazine because they're looking for it. It causes a prolonged high. So it's often more desirable. I don't know why we're just getting on it now. I presented the idea to Senator Gannon as my research project for my bachelor's degree. So I'm really excited to see that New Hampshire has the opportunity to seize the moment and really get ahead of this issue and not wait for federal action.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Haskins, or Scully, did you have a? No? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you ever thought of running for office?
I'm going to grad school instead.
I would skip grad school and go right to a PhD program.
Thank you.
Save your
All right,
money.
any other-
It's a very impressive speech.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you. All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Can we direct it to her testimony?
Oh, sure.
It's very short.
Yeah, no worries. And just for the record, I thought you guys were sisters.
Well, thank you. I'm out. I can't top that. Well, thank you everyone for listening to my testimony today. My name is Alexandra McGlynn, and I'm a pediatric registered nurse, proud mom, and I hold a master's degree in nursing education. As a healthcare professional, I find this bill of immense value to public health concerns and safety in New Hampshire. Like fentanyl arose in popularity and notoriety in the street drug market, xylazine is following suit. It's important to note that the emergence of xylazine across the United States is following the same path as fentanyl, and that is also a quote from the DEA. Some of you may enjoy the popular medical drama The Pit, which follows a full depiction of the shift in the emergency department in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In a recent episode, they depicted a patient with a deep necrotic xylazine wound and speak to its commonality. This is creating awareness for all and relate in reality to the harmful effect of this drug, and continues to mention how normalized the clinical presentation is. This drug is an issue across the country, and it lives here in New Hampshire. You, as our state elected officials, hold the power to push this piece of legislation forward into protective action. I urge you not to wait for action elsewhere or wait for someone else to do it. This bill gives us the unique opportunity to fix our missteps while we're still mitigating the effects of the opioid crisis. I urge you to see this bill for what it is, a second chance and a direct safeguard to the New Hampshire people. I would also like to add that SB 465 protects veterinarians who legitimately use this drug by the previous amendment passed in the Senate session. We have seen the effects of fentanyl and the missteps taken there. SB 465 not only works on information from the past, but creates better, more informed future for Granite Staters. I appreciate your time and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions?
And I love the compliment.
All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for coming out and speaking to our committee today. Appreciate it. All right, I don't have any more pink cards, so I'm going to read there on the online portal. We had 6 persons in support and 2 in opposition. And the blue sheet. And then on the blue sheet, we have 1 person in support. And I'm going to close out the hearing for SB 465. Thank you, everybody. And so I guess we have 2 early bills, which are the 2 bills that we heard this afternoon, which are due due out April 16. So, that was this one that we just heard, plus the hemp derived products bill that we heard this afternoon. So that's SB 624 and SB 465. So it was suggested that SB 624, the hemp derived products bill, that we discuss that in a subcommittee.
I'm not sure how the timing on that's gonna work, because next week is the 7th. And
Next week is the
7th.
right?
Yes.
So let me take a
Are we
look
meeting
here.
next week?
Yes,
We have a session next week. So we've got a,
we have house session next week. We also have on the 7th Young Farmers Breakfast.
oh, and you had talked about hearing a bunch of bills, but none of those are early bills, so maybe we don't want to do, there are 3 bills that we heard today that probably need work.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we should do work sessions on the bills that,
That we heard today.
heard today.
Was
And-
this one that we just heard an early bill?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, Representative Wheeler was talking about working on an amendment to
To the hemp bill.
the
So
hemp
I-
bill,
I
and
think-
perhaps for the
I
work
think-
session, you could have something for us to look at.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that ad hoc. You know, like that's what I was saying. I was looking at the calendar and the date that we have to report out Senate bills, and with going to a second committee. Say that again. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'll do it ad hoc, and then I can bring it to the work session next Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'll do my best.
so I guess what we want to do is for next week, concentrate on just doing a work session on the 5 bills that we heard today. Possibly we can exec 1 or 2. I don't know. We can talk about that. And then the subsequent week is we can have the hearing on the next 4 bills that we have that we didn't hear today, because we only have 9 bills altogether. And those 4 bills are 2 pet transfer bills, a solid waste bill, and something about educative something or other, commissions, committees, whatever. So yeah, so we can hear those on the 14th.
Yeah.
And then you wanted to wait. I guess I was just going to suggest that we exec the xylazine bill, but then I remembered that you wanted to wait for more people to
Yeah,
exec
yeah,
bills
I
and stuff
think,
like that.
so I think it makes sense for next week, starting at 10 o'clock, we do a work session on the 5 bills that we heard today, and maybe, 1 or 2 of those bills we don't have to do anything with or whatever. But we could spend the day just talking about how we might want to make changes to any of those.
So the 2 neo-nic bills are coming before Senate E&R on the 7th also. Yeah, I won't have to be here. So,
They're coming when?
The 7th.
the 7th. So, well, they scheduled them 9 o'clock, 9:10, 9:20, 9:30.
Does anybody know what time?
Do you happen to have that, the information for Senate E&R, for next,
Well, how about this? Why do you want to maybe do our work session in the afternoon? And like from
Yeah.
1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we do a
Yeah.
work session on the 5 bills we heard today.
that sounds good.
And then the morning is going to be whatever Senate bills you guys want to, we should go talk about or testify about.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that.
We have young farmers in the morning, and then we're testifying on Senate bills, and then work session in
Yep.
the afternoon.
Yep. Okay, does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then on the 14th, we'll start doing hearings again on the remaining 4 bills that we have, because those don't have to be out until May 7th.
Okay.
Cool.
But can I ask a question?
You
please?
certainly
I guess
may.
of the committee, just I want to try to take a temperature here regarding 418 and the issue of the homestead,
Yeah.
licensing. Are we good with the idea of exempting the cities and towns from being able to step in when we already seem to be adequately regulated at the state level.
I'm on the fence on that.
Yeah, I think we need a work session in caucus probably.
We'll work on that. I mean, for me personally, my view on this is I don't believe that any municipality or town should be able to do anything more restrictive than what the state has in place. And I mean, you know, if there is at the state level, the allowance of doing inspections, they can inspect all day long if they want. But if there is an exemption from those inspections or whatever, I don't believe that the local municipality should be able to do something that the state is not already have in place.
Okay, I'm going to take a look at the
Yeah.
laws and see about adding some exemption language, which I will present to the committee for their review and approval.
Okay.
From my perspective, I think we've got it adequately regulated, and I'd like to make sure, I mean, two people in the whole city of Nashua are doing, you know, homestead work, because I think they're being crushed by
Yeah.
overregulation, and I'd like to do something about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I, you know, I also don't like the idea that 2 miles down the road in a different town, somebody can do something more.
Well, and I think what Representative Comtois said is right on. Like literally, oh, okay, the next town over, they have access and the exemption, and then you know they drive 3 miles over and they can't. They're at a farmer's market and they can't sell their stuff. So.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, motion to adjourn. Yeah, so moved. Thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you next week.